Right. Are we live? Hopefully, yes. Oh my gosh, it's so late. It is super late. And here I am, just doing the wackiest stuff imaginable. Saribot is here. Perfect. Right. Let me just try to get this working. I was doing it so fast that I totally forgot to actually have the game running for a change. Which is kind of lame, but it is what it is. Super lame. Super lame. Good thing I caught that one. Can you imagine? Holy crap. All right, you know what? This will do. All right, put that there. Hi, Adex. Welcome, welcome. Shaking those hips. Cutting that rug. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing, Manisha? Hope you had a nice weekend. Yes, yes. I actually managed to do a few things. Yeah. But yeah, doing good, doing good. Welcome in. Hiya, Fire. Welcome, welcome. Next partitude, a esmagar a discoteca, a abanar aquelas ancas. Tal como a gente gosta e como a gente quer. Sempre a dar tudo, sempre a dar tudo. Incrível, incrível. Não há outra palavra a dizer senão incrível. Olá, olá, Maltinha. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. I hope you had a nice weekend. I had a nice weekend too. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking. Yes, I had a nice weekend. And yeah, I want to get working some more. Just the way we like it. Yeah, we want Next to be, giving their all. Shaking those hips. Speak for yourself. I mean, I try to most of the time. Okay, let me just make sure that everything is set up correctly. Okay, I believe we're good. I just got to mute this one before I forget. You'll watch me shake these hips and you'll like it. Exactly, exactly. All right, ads are underway. Just need to get those ads out of here as fast as I can. And then, yeah, then we can get properly started. Yeah, it's going to be hopefully a productive week. Now that I've actually set some of the stuff, some of the UI design elements, I'm hoping that this week it'll be a little easier to get the rest of the UI. Well, at least the design, right? Then there's the whole programming thing. But yeah, at least the design should be easier to do now. So I'm hoping I get to do the top bar this week. Take, I don't know, today and maybe tomorrow to just set the elements in place, and then use the rest of the time over the week to get it actually functional. It's not going to be that much, but yeah, we'll see.
Coming right up, sugar.
Reef! Boa tarde, Salvadora de Portugal. Boa tarde, Reef. Hi, welcome. I hope you're doing good. And thank you so much for that sub. Thank you. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Back to deving? Yeah, back to deving. That whole last week was just what was it? It was a nice change of pace, but that's usually what it is, right? I don't want to make it last too long, because then I won't get anything done, right? There's just that. And yeah, we're back to some devon. Oh man, I found out you can run Kago's game on mobile. I spent at least an hour cooking and just listening to that theme. It is super cute. I really like it. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough time this week to do the whole YouTube, because I want to do a YouTube highlight of Sorcery Tales specifically. because it's just so special. But I haven't had the time to do that. And I'm probably not going to have the time today either. So at best, I'll only have a YouTube highlight tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I really wanted to do it this weekend, but sadly, you know, things just get in the way, I guess. Thanks again for playing mine. Of course, of course. I know you played the beta back then, but it did give me a little push to keep working on those missing mob shards. Oh, that's so cool. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. I'm very glad. I'm very glad that's the case. Yeah. But you are juggling your work time between Eldoria and memories, right? Because I remember you talking about that Whispering Memories was going to come out early next year, I think, right? That was it? I don't remember the exact date. I don't know if you gave a specific date, but I do know that you're kind of pushing for that one. But yeah, I'm very glad I played it. Looking pretty sweet. I like it. Yes, but the visual novel is on the writer/artist's hands now. Not much to code until I have it. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah. Makes total sense. All right, let me just get the announcements out of the way. So, post. Hopefully I don't do it badly this time. Post. And finally, post on the Discord. And we're good. Yeah. We're doing nice. Hi, Arianon. Welcome. Hi. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. welcome. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, the only thing, you know, there was last week, but that, you know, I took a little bit of a pause on development and, you know,
Coming right up,
progressing the game.
sugar.
Thank you so much, Flair. Welcome in. Hi, welcome. How do you do? Hello. I hope you're doing good. welcome in.
Yeehaw, we use some GameDev right here, boys. Get in line, y'all.
Welcome in. Hiya, Flair. And thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Oh, man. But yeah, I besides the whole pause I had last week, I really wanted to, you know, get back to development. Because development's where it's at. I want to get this game done. You know, I want to get this game out there. I was actually talking to Tiago this weekend. The whole oh my gosh, the composer, that's the word. The composer for Consens. Because, you know, spoiler alert, he's actually the friend that I've been talking all this time about getting the music for Ave to be done. And I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to talk to him soon because I really want to get a demo out the next few months. I wanted to get something out at worst on May, possibly. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I really wanted to get something done by then. We shall see. We just have one chapter to go. So we're on track for release. That is awesome. That's awesome. I'm very glad to hear that. Oh, okay. Give me a second. I forgot to close a few things. I forgot because I was in such a hurry to, you know, and it's just going to give me notifications until the end of time. And we don't want that. So get out of here. Is that thing even open? Get out of here. Okay. Sorry about that. Anyway. Yeah. But I'm very glad you're on track for release. That's awesome. Hi, Flair. Welcome. Next won't ever commit to developing 2 games at the same time. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Don't be smart. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. Yeah. Hiya, Ryan. Welcome, welcome. How's the game coming today? Well, hopefully it'll come a little closer to completion today. I want to make this stop bit. So you see here, this thing is supposed to track time up here. Track and pass time, right? There should be a few elements that you could use to, make time advance. But what I want to do is make this on the same kind of design language as I do have down here. This little bar that I made down here, I kind of want to make the same up here. So yeah. Gotta do that. Yeah. What the fuck was that notification, man? Who thought of this crap? I don't know, but it was someone with a high degree of creativity, I gotta say. I'm so sick. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Flair. Wasted half my vacation in a hotel room trying not to perish. People really like the game at the condo. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's great. I'm really sad about you being sick, though. That's kind of a no-go. Sorry about that. Sorry, video. Nice job. Yeah, your video was pretty nice. Yeah. Hiya, TV Faxoy. Welcome, welcome. I am with the gold badge. Hell yeah. You're actually one of the only people in chat who actually have it. So thank you. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Jay, your friend's game appeared on the weekend on a very famous pirate game site. Ooh, that's when you know you've made it. Let's go. That's the good stuff. I mean, kind of sucks that's there, but at the same time, that's when you know you've made it. Yesterday, 3 earthquakes happened in 24 hours in Antalya. Damn, that's rough. Hopefully, not a lot of people are injured because damn. That's a big milestone. Yeah, it is. It kind of is, right? Yeah. Need to go. My friend called me. We talk later. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Enjoy. Your presentation was great. You were a bit nervous, but it handled it great. Yeah, you were totally fine. I really liked it. Yeah. Was I nervous? No one told me. Maybe it was a subconscious thing. But I found you to be, you didn't come across as very nervous at all. To me, it just seemed fine. Yeah. Damn, we early. Hiya, not. Welcome. Hype indeed. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Oh, and Sillyfish. Boa tarde, everyone. Boa tarde. I hope everyone is well. Yeah, hopefully you're doing good too. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. That website posts everything and then some. I would be offended if I published a game and it didn't get posted there. Yeah, I mean, in some circles, yeah, that totally makes sense. For sure. Yeah. At some point, that's when you know you've made it, is when a pirate website picks up your stuff. That's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm very glad that they're having success. That's awesome. Yeah. Very much looking forward to what else they do. For that website, it kind of works as publicity. There are games that people only know from there. Yeah, I mean, people talk a lot about anti-piracy measures and everything like that. But, at some point, piracy is just something that will happen no matter how well protected your game is or how your game sets itself. And in a way, right, it is kind of a discoverability tool, especially for games that don't have the marketing budget of a big company, right? I've known quite a few cases of people who have pirated certain games, but then they enjoyed them and they went ahead and purchased the game, right? Whereas, if they never pirated the game, they wouldn't even play it. They wouldn't even know if it was to their taste, right? So, I can totally see how that could happen. Yeah, yeah. But it's cool. It's cool, yeah. And by far, I believe that um the amount of money that people waste on making games unpiratable, which I don't believe that's a thing. That's not a thing. That'll never be a thing, I don't think. Unless you do some other kinds of stuff. But making games, the money that they spend making games unpiratable is just, it's kind of money thrown out the window in my eyes. I might or might not have done that with some games. Yeah, because it's a common thing, right? You want to try out a game, suddenly you try it out for a bit, and you feel like you've liked it, and then you buy the game. Yeah, that's a super common thing. If one were to report that website to the authorities, of course, where would I find it or report it? To report it, of course. Is this the one from a certain girl? It is a girl that keeps in shape. Gotcha. Hi, Synapse. Welcome. I cannot remember where now, but there was a study about how piracy drove music sales upwards because of the discoverability aspect. Yeah, it is definitely, in most cases, if not pretty much all of them, stuff that gets pirated obviously enjoys a much broader, scope in terms of accessing the most people possible, right? Because there's no entry barrier. And, the fact that it exists and that it gets disseminated very quickly, it acts quite a bit like a market. It's almost a marketing tool to a certain extent, right? Because if you want to avoid piracy, you will never be able to do that. Some people will just pirate. That is just something that'll happen. I don't think it's ever going away. But there are a lot of cases where people just do that just as kind of like a test of sorts, but then they really like the game and they buy it, right? It's almost a marketing tool in itself, without your consent, of course. But, in a way, a lot of people look at that, especially, in the upper echelons of the game development industry. They see it a lot as lost sales, but it's not exactly that, right? It's just some people will just not buy it no matter what you do, right? But there are some people who go through that, but then, they like the game so much that they end up buying it anyway. Yeah. That's a big one. Yep. Yeah. It's only worth it on the AAA space, and even so, it's a mess. Hello, everyone. Hiya, David. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Hello. I made my whole musical taste based on stuff I discovered on Napster. Yeah. Which I could never get access to. Yeah, and in certain cases, here's the deal. The talk of piracy is more of a thing because there are certain markets on the globe that do not have the ease of access to digital products that we do, right? Be it because they don't have a platform with, they don't have access to a good platform, or they don't have enough money to spend on stuff like that. That kind of stuff happens all the time. So, you're never going to get rid of piracy no matter what you do. It will always happen, right? Because of many multitudinous reasons. But if you can turn that into sort of a tool that works for you, kind of like a marketing thing, right? Your product is your whole marketing. Here it is, you can play it. And if you like it, just play it, But that's been the case for a long, long time, I mean, right, yeah. Piracy is good. I'm not going to say that it's, wholly good, right? But the way that piracy gets treated kind of like as an enemy to take down, this ultimate thing of, oh, the worst of the evils of the world. It's not, right? It's not that at all. Sure, it can cut into your, earnings a little bit. But at the end of the day, most of those people who do that would never have bought the game anyway, right? So, you're kind of crying for milk that hasn't been spilled at that point. Ah, Napster, what a blast from the past. I was never into the Napster era. Sadly, I did not have a good enough internet to go into those circles back then. Yes, feeling all that 17 minutes into the stream, a new record, sorry. I'm going to have company the old age department. It's not old age. It's not old age. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Iron Maiden profited massively from piracy because it highlighted geographies where they were popular and didn't know. So they toured there and made a bunch of money. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And, that could happen to games too. Sometimes there are markets where your game can be wildly successful, but at the same time, people there do not have enough money to pay for your game, right? So you could try, for example, adjusting the price of the game in that region so that more people can have access to it, right? It's a whole numbers game. It's something that you have to account for. But yeah. People who pirate games were never going to buy them anyway. In most cases, yes. I mean, some of them just do it for, I don't know, for the kicks. I don't know exactly why. But yeah, most of the people who pirate just will pirate no matter what. So you're at that point, you're just wasting your, man hours just doing stuff that will inevitably get, it'll get built over, People do bypass those measures most of the time. Unless you have an always online demand system of sorts, yeah. When I was a kid, I pirated games because I had no money. No, I have money and buy games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I still pirate movies and TV shows, but if I didn't, I just wouldn't watch them. I wouldn't go to get a Netflix subscription or something. I get that. Yeah. Piracy is really a function of economics for 90% of cases. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. How many bands do people only know of because someone traded a tape with them? A lot. Yeah. Word of mouth goes a long way. And that's why it's kind of sad. I really dislike the fact that today's markets just make it so hard to share things, right? Because previously you could buy a CD or a cassette tape or a VHS and you could just give it to your friend and your friend could, enjoy that media, with your copy. But nowadays you can never do that. You buy it, it's your copy and you can't pass it to anyone else. And I hate that most things do that. Nowadays most series are on a stream on demand kind of deal. It's a market that I really do not like. I don't like that. I would, if there was a place where I could buy things and, just have them, I buy a movie, I have that movie in my computer and that's it. Kind of like GOG, right? If that was the case for movies and TV shows and all of that, I would waste a lot more money than I do now. Because there's a lot of stuff that I just don't watch or don't engage with because they're locked behind a subscription model that just, I don't jive with subscription models. I just don't. I don't know. It's not a thing that I enjoy doing. Yeah. I have pirated games and shows I actually own just for accessibility. There is that too. I've done that too, 100%. I have a bunch of stuff on old CDs, be it music, games, movies, you name it. I have a bunch of stuff on, physical media, but I kind of don't. I'm afraid to touch them. On the grand scheme of things, it's just I am afraid to touch them and that they'll crumble to dust. So yeah, sometimes I just download them because I want to have a copy so I can take a look at it, but I don't want to damage the physical goods. Yeah. For sure, for sure. I've done that quite a few times. Yes, also Lars sucks. The internationally most popular band from the Balkans just puts all their music out for free in their website for download. That's pretty cool. That's badass. Yeah, doesn't seem to hurt them. They're called Dubiosa Collective. They're really good. I'll have to take a look at that. That is pretty cool. Which is, there was something that I really enjoyed. This is another example of a thing, but most people today know about Divinity Original Sin and Baldur's Gate, but the composer for the games, before Divinity Original Sin 2 was Kirill Prokofsky. He was really good. I really love his music. And sadly he passed away a few years ago, which was a darn shame. I will never get past that. But he had this thing where he had his website and he posted all the music that he did for all the games that he ever made. And even music outside of games, because he didn't do only music for games and all that. He had a website and he posted zip files of all the music that he made for those things just on his website. You could download it and listen to it as much as you wanted, that was great. I love that he did that. Yeah. And yeah, bands who do that usually, because, when people do that, and I've seen that happen with not just music, but a lot of other things, when you start gathering a large fan base, right? If you give out stuff for free, there will always be people who feel like they want to support you financially so that you can keep doing what you're doing, right? And you still get money, right? You still have a lot of passionate fans that will buy the stuff that you put out, even though you give it out for free, But yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll take a look at Dubiosa later. I kind of want to see what they're all about. I've never heard of them, but I kind of want to now. I don't hate the guy. He just became the poster child for what a lot of some old people in bands thought about Napster and digital music age. It is a recurrent theme that, people who are too entrenched in their own business don't see, new things for what they are. But yeah. It is a sad thing. Gonna lurk for a little bit. Be right back. No problem at all. No problem at all. Thank you so much for being here, silly fish. And thank you for the lurk. Love when piracy is a better service than paying for the thing. Basically, why don't I don't have any streaming platform subscriptions. Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff that I've seen from subscription-based platforms have been because other people in my family had those subscriptions, not because I had them, right? Because if it were me, I would just buy the thing, not have because I get why they're doing that. They want you to pay indefinitely for things, forever. But if there was a service, which I believe in today's market, this would never happen. But if there was a service kind of like GOG, but for movies and TV shows, where I could just purchase that TV or TV show or that movie, I would spend a lot more money in media than I do now. Because there's a lot of stuff that I love revisiting and I love rewatching, right? But I am not going to pay a subscription for that. I just want that show. I want that thing. And I want to watch it as much as I want. And also, I would love for that show to not get out of some, subscription service because they suddenly decided that they don't no longer have the rights to that IP anymore, which has happened quite a bit. I've seen a lot of news recently that, some subscription services, you subscribe to watch a certain thing and suddenly it goes away because they don't have the IP rights for that anymore. It's kind of insane to me how so many people pay for services like that. I mean, sure, if you watch a lot of stuff all the time, I kind of get it, right? But me, I would much prefer a system where I would buy the stuff that I like and just keep it for me, right? I want to keep it forever and I want to watch it as many times as I want. That's it. That's all. same. If you don't own things you purchase on digital platforms, then I don't think pirating is wrong. Yeah, I mean, the problem with digital platforms, or most of them nowadays, right, is that they rope you into a service that you might not necessarily want, just for the fact that you want one specific thing on there, which is kind of weird and completely crazy to think about. Hi, Skull Bazaar. Welcome, welcome. Did I hear Napster? LimeWire? Also, hi. Hi, Skull Bazaar. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Word of mouth is so powerful. Yep. Apparently, the little pop-up on Steam saying your friend is playing X game is the best marketing tool on the platform. Oh, really? I did not know that, but that makes sense. Yeah. For example, I do know that, for example, that Pool Boy loves watching the activity feed of his friends. So he likes seeing what other people are playing. And some of the games that he has put on, his wish list, and some stuff that he's actually talked to me about has been from things that he watched his friends play, from his activity feed on Steam. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Fire started a piracy rant in chat. What a nice way to start the week. Hell yeah. You're just jealous because you wanted him shaking on a Tuesday. And you can say this from experience. None of us needed to subscribe yet. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I am nothing if not absolutely grateful for the fact that you guys subscribe, right? But, I want to make this absolutely clear. If you do not have to subscribe, okay? If you like being here, if you like, just hanging around, being in chat or whatever, or even if you just like listening to this while you're not chatting, that's totally fine too. But you don't have to do that, right? I am very, very grateful to the people that do, though, because, at the end of the day, I will not sugarcoat it. It helps, right? It helps keep this thing afloat and alive. But I would still be here whether or not that was the case, right? But it certainly helps. But thank you so much to everybody. Yeah, it's something that I've been thinking a lot about, especially last week with the anniversary and everything. It's kind of put into perspective that, it's been 2 years of this. It's kind of crazy. I wouldn't think I would last this long. It's kind of crazy that it's been that I've been going on for this long. But yeah. So thank you. Thank you all for being here. Y'all are cool. I'll post some music in Discord, and they have some stuff in English, I think. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I've saved their name here so I can take a look at them later. But yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah. Is piracy even a divisive issue? Is there anyone on the planet who doesn't have $1 billion and thinks piracy is bad? Possibly not. Possibly not. Yeah, the whole thing, the whole fight against piracy just comes from that. Just comes from the fact that people think, oh, people are pirating our games and that's hurting our bottom line, right? People are pirating our game / movie / whatever. And that makes it so that that person is not paying for a ticket and they should, right? Yeah, at that point, I do highly believe that, yeah, it's mostly just when you get big number, you want number to get bigger. And then people just go through some very weird hoops to justify, how dare you pirate my game / movie / thing? You're taking away my money. I'm not, don't look at that. Don't look at that in the back. I'm not swimming in that pool of money, okay? Just give me my money, my hard-earned, deserved money. I don't know. It's complicated, yeah. There are probably some that only have a few 100 million. True. I hate it even more when the streaming service removes something just so they don't have to pay royalties on it anymore, or for a tax break. I hate that so much. That's the fact. That is one of the big reasons, if not the biggest reason, as to why I have never subscribed to any of those services ever. Because I feel I'm not getting my money's worth. You know what I'm saying? For example, I don't watch a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to just watch a lot of stuff, right? I'm super busy. I'm either programming or, doing some gaming stuff. there's always something that's happening, and I don't have a lot of time to watch it. But I do watch stuff sometimes. I would love to pay for a thing and own it and have it in my computer and play it whenever I wanted, right? Paying for a subscription to watch a thing seems crazy to me. Because, I mean, what? Am I going to pay? Imagine, for example, I have one day every month where I can watch something that I enjoy, right? What? Am I going to pay a subscription every month just because I want to watch one day? That's ridiculous. But that's where the meat point is at. That people are doing that because people pay the subscriptions and they get their money, and it's yeah, it's a problem. Yeah. I also like to stalk what my friends are playing on Steam. Got a few gems like that. Yeah, no, that happens quite a bit. Yeah, I don't do that as much, right? But I know for a fact that Pool Boy likes to, every single day, I believe one of the things he does is at a certain hour, he likes to go and see what happened that day on the activity feed on Steam, because he likes looking at what other people are playing so that he can, discover new games. And yeah, it's pretty cool. He's actually found a few games for me. It's kind of funny. Sometimes he goes over to me and says, "Oh, hey, I found a game that I think you might like." And it's just something that some other of his friends has played. And he looks at it and think, "Oh, maybe Joanna will like this." And then he talks to me about it. I've had so many games that go on my wish list just because of that. I don't mind a Spotify subscriptions because it has everything, even podcasts. But to watch even a handful of good shows, you would need Netflix, HBO, Amazon, Disney Plus. Yeah, and that is not compatible with Portuguese Live. No, absolutely not. It is absolutely crazy, and it's just too much. At some point, I want to watch a thing. I don't care if you're Disney or Amazon or HBO or Netflix. I don't care. I want to watch a thing. I want to have it, I want to have a thing and watch it. And in that sincere thing, in that case, piracy is pretty damn good, because you just go in there and you get the show you want. It sits on your computer and you can watch it whenever you want, wherever you want, right? You don't have to pay a subscription. You don't have to, jump through hoops. You don't have to think, oh, in 2 months, I'm not going to have the series that I like anymore because it's not going to be on that platform because the rights just got away. It is by definition a better service than what we have today. 100%. Reef ignores streamer and subscribes anyway. Thank you so much, Reef. I appreciate it. No, I seriously mean it. I mean, I don't expect it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. The mediation app that I used for at least 5 years just doubled its yearly pricing to 99 euros. It dropped it instantly. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, it's way too much. That is way too much. That is insane. Yeah. Probably the only people who thinks people pirate so they don't buy our game are people who have so much cash they're completely disassociated from how a normal human sees money. Absolutely. Yes. That is 100% the case. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Hiya, Red Computer. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Funny thing is, UB drops hard cash on that Denuvo protection for their games. I would bet it's driving gamers away from the product rather than making them pay for it. Yeah, because at some point, that's what I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. At some point, you divest way too much money into something that will just drive your customers away. That's what it is, Me when I release a game on Steam and only sell 2 copies, one of which to my grandmother. Pirates must be pirating my game, so it's not selling. Absolutely. The thing with piracy is that you can just blame it no matter what. Didn't sell enough? Pirates. Sold a lot, but didn't sell as much as I wanted? Pirates. It's the free for all excuse. Oh man. Hiya Wobble Dobsy, welcome, welcome. I hope you do good. You're doing good. Welcome in. We the poor will pay for whatever we feel is worth it. I've already paid more for your game than any other game in the past 10 years, maybe more. That's the thing. Yeah. And that's what I mean. That's why I mean, you don't have to subscribe. I do appreciate it, but you absolutely do not have to. Which is a big reason, because I see a lot of people who do these things of, you know, oh, if you subscribe or if you do X or Y or Z, you get access or you get, access to content that isn't accessible to people who don't do those things, who don't subscribe, who don't do this or don't do that. I try not to do that, or I don't want to do that because I don't want to pressure people into paying for something, right? I want people to be here because they enjoy my work. And if they want to support me, then I very much appreciate it. But I don't want to start, making private content just because of that, right? I mean, I can understand people doing that, and that's totally fine. But it's just, I would feel bad doing that, I want to make something and I want to, I'm here on stream, I'm doing this, not every day, but almost every day. I'd feel bad, I'd feel bad not giving back. It's weird. I don't know. It's complicated. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I don't gatekeep any of my stuff, It's just because I am me. I am doing my thing. If you like it, that's awesome. If you don't, that's cool too. Saudações viriatas. Saudações viriatas. Olá, Bruno Miguel. Olá, olá. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Salutations. I wish Twitch had a one whole subscription for all streamers instead of each streamers. I get what you mean. Yeah. But in a way, then it would be hard for them. I mean, they probably would have some way of doing it, diverting some of the money from your subscription to certain people that you watch, right? I don't know how that would exactly work, but I can see that happening. Yeah. You have Turbo. It gives the streamer the ad monies. Not much, but it works for all streamers. That is true. Yeah. If you want to not watch ads and support a lot of people instead of just supporting one person specifically, there is Turbo, like Next mentioned. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A goodish model is pay-per-view, which is a lot similar to what our old video clubs did. The big difference is the ownership time you have. You really want ownership of any type of content right now. That's exactly. That is the thing. I want to buy something and keep it for me. I want, because that's the problem. The problem with these subscription services and everything like that. What if in 10 years' time, I want to watch a series that I really enjoyed? I watched a series, I really enjoyed it. I want to watch it in 10 years' time. When you purchased a physical media with that series or that movie on it, you could do that. When you purchased the game physically, you could install it in 10 years' time. Nowadays, with subscription models, good luck. If the game stays there for 10 years, you can do that. But it just as easily could go away in a second. Never heard about this. Might as well do that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to support a lot of streamers, yeah, Turbo might be the way that you can do that. Yeah. Not mediation, Jay. I'm not a lawyer. Did I read mediation? The mediation app. Oh, you did write mediation, but you wanted to say the media app. Yeah, the media app that I used for at least 5 years, just double its yearly pricing. Yeah, it's actually insane. Those kinds of prices are just not attainable. Yeah. Oh, I actually got to Red Computer following now. Jesus Christ. It's the little battery icon on the top right. Yeah. To be honest, I read mediation the first time around too. Then I thought that didn't sound right. Wait. Oh, meditation. Okay, I am totally okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I misread that twice. That's amazing. Meditation app, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh man, but 99 euros for a meditation app, that is actually insane. Who thinks that raising the price that high for something like that and thinks, that's totally fine. Let's just increase it. It's insane. Most of the people who decide those prices are actually insane. They do not know or understand how, humanity as a whole functions. To them, it's just a numbers game, which is kind of insane to think about. Hello from Poland. Hiya, Ziegler. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Order in the court. I'm sorry. I misread that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm using Jellyfin because of that. Ah, yeah. I don't know what Jellyfin is, but I'm assuming it's some sort of media app or something. Oh, okay. Free software media system. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Oh, it's like a nice. All right. I did not know about this. All right, makes sense. Happens to me a lot to think, oh, I want to watch this movie. Let's see in which streaming service it is, and then just Google it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. The way that these media conglomerates actually carved their own fiefdoms and just made it super impossible to just find anything. It's it's insane. I can watch The Big Bang Theory whenever I want. Yeah. No woman. Meditation. I almost read that wrong again. Meditation. I got that. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Order in the court. I love that you're using the hammer emote. That's awesome. It was a trap, most likely, to get a couple bucks from people that didn't notice the change in sub price. That happens a lot too. And also there is this thing of, people use a certain app or a certain service, right? And they get attached to that certain service because it has the stuff that they like, or, for some reason, it's just something that they enjoy using. Suddenly, a sudden increase might make them think, oh, I probably should change. But then I'm going to have to go through the whole process of finding an app I like again, trying out everything. It's just a hassle. I might as well just pay it, right? Those kinds of, things, they when they're increasing their price, they know a lot of people are going to cave in for some reason or another, which is disgusting. But yeah, it is what it is. It's because they started offering a lifetime membership for 300 euros and then upped the yearly from 45 to 99. That is insane. That is actually insane. What do you mean you just doubled your subscription price? And then Black Friday did that to 150 euros, thinking that most people would just buy the lifetime for the little difference to the yearly. Oh my God, dude. But see, that's the thing. When a company pulls out something like that, right? How do you expect them to stay true to their word? Oh, now it's lifetime. Suddenly it's not lifetime anymore. Oopsie, here's another here's the new lifetime plus. Oh man. I hate it here. I hate it here so much. It's like a self-hosted Netflix thingy, but you can also add music, etc. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, you just add your own stuff there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's a super cool piece of software. Yeah, absolutely. Slowly, quietly, until you succeed. Exactly. Welcome in, Ziegler. Welcome. It's an open source alternative to Plex, right? I've never heard of this sort of thing. Plex? Let me see. I'm very out of it. What is this? Plex combines free movies and TV with the best free streaming services. Ah, okay. All right, all right. Sounds pretty neat. Yes. Oh, okay, gotcha. For such a feel good and positive app, it's very shady. Yeah, and that's the thing. They kind of hide behind that fact too sometimes. Oh, we're just so feel good and so positive. Please give us money. It's not even a please, right? At that point, it's not even a please anymore. It's just give us money, you simpleton. Ugh. I can get you in touch with a lawyer if you need help with mediation. With oh my God. I how dare you? How dare you do this to me? How dare you? Or the company goes bust and goodbye lifetime license. That's the thing. Yeah. I mean, there are a few things where I would probably be okay with purchasing a lifetime license. There is this music label where you can buy, I don't remember the name of the label off the top of my head, but I could probably find it. There is this music label where you can just buy their whole catalog. And this is not just buying. You can stream the music, but you can also just download the albums. You can do all of that, and you get a lifetime membership to do all of that. So any other music that comes in, you can download it, you can stream it, you can do whatever you want with it. It is, and you can do that with a lifetime membership, and it's not that expensive, right? But you do get access to the stuff that you're paying for, which is one of the things that I find, the most important. Because in the case of certain apps like Fire was mentioning, those apps, once those apps are gone, your lifetime membership means nothing, right? You didn't get, I mean, sure, you got the service out of it, of course, but the app will just go away. They're not going to make an offline version of it, or at least most of the times those things don't happen. I mean, if that happens, that'd be nice, but most times things just fail quietly and then they stop working and you don't get anything back from all the hard money you paid for it, right? Kind of like that. Yeah. Overruled, counselor. The witness has the stand. We're becoming a law stream. Yeah. Jellyfin is a plugin that makes it like a TV channel with programming, but I haven't tried it yet. Ah, right. I'll have to research that. That actually sounds quite nice. Yeah. That is pretty cool, I gotta say. Gotcha. How dare you? How actually dare you? Clip it, you earned it. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. How dare you, actually? Oh man. Oh crap, I closed my Twitch chat. Okay, it's still here. I closed it by mistake, but it's okay. It's still here. It's fine. Isn't that label from a streamer / YouTuber? I mean, I could be thinking of something else. It was the one I saw this from was a kind of like a world music label, but I don't remember the name off the top of my head. I'd have to search for it. I do remember that I used to visit it quite frequently because it had some music I really liked there. It's kind of that calm, soothing music that you can listen to while you're, programming or stuff like that. But yeah. The only streamer subscription I have is for Dropout TV. I see. I don't know. I never heard of that. Dropout TV. Ah. Oh, this is formerly college humor. Humor. Okay, okay. I know what college humor is. All right, all right. I didn't know they had a streaming service. A friend of mine told me that you want all the media you ever need. You need to get streamer plus RD. Okay. Friend of mine has that. Works wonders. Wait, what streaming I'm assuming is an app. What is an RD? The only thing that comes to mind is Red Dead. But that needs another R there for the redemption bit. Friend of mine has that. Works wonders. Gotcha, gotcha. There's this person at Postbox that I think has a label that works like that. Ah, okay, okay. But I mean, in this case, it wasn't, I don't think they had a YouTube channel. Because this was a long, long time ago. At that time, YouTube was mostly just a thing for cat videos and stuff. I don't think it's probably not the same thing. But I'm glad that more platforms kind of work like that. You know? That's nice, yeah. Streamio still lives. Streamio? Streamio still lives. I haven't used it in years. Real Depth. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's a connection service thing. Ah, okay, okay. Kind of like a, what's the word? Remote access kind of thing? That's what it seems like anyway. It's a cache service. You connect Streamio, stream.io, stream to that, and if some other user has already seen or downloaded something that you want to watch, it's much faster for you to get it. Ah, might be better not to search on it on stream though. No, I mean, I am not gonna, I'm not gonna list any of that. I'm not gonna, look at any of that on screen, of course. She's doing research to communicate to authorities, of course, not for personal use, of course. No, I mean, okay, being absolutely real, right? I'm mostly doing this because I don't understand many of the words that you're talking, so I'm just researching all of it. I'm just trying to figure out what all of these, all these systems mean. But yeah, that sounds legit. Yeah. Good morning. Hiya, David. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I hope oh man, I can imagine how that must be. Oh man, that must be something. Yeah. Real Debrid is not free, but it's like 20 or 30 a year. Well worth it. Gotcha. Interesting. That is interesting. I had no idea because, from looking at it, it kind of looks, because yeah, it basically looks like a remote access kind of thing. Yeah. Be right back meeting. See you in a bit next. Have a nice meeting. But yeah, that's mostly it. It's just the whole piracy thing. I feel it's blown way out of proportion and just, I don't know. We now know that Next goes to meetings to shake them hips or on the conference table. Oh yeah. You know that's happening. You know that at some point that's happening. Oh, I think I just remembered the name of what I was talking about. Let me see if they still exist, actually. Well, they still seem to be here. Yeah, they're still here, and the website is still the same. Oh, they actually ended their service. Oh, I'm sad now. I used to listen to this so much. It's Magnitude. This was basically a place for you to get or to listen to, because basically I just did it, through the streaming bit. But this is a place where you could listen to a lot of world music and uh, ambient music, stuff that was really just very soothing. It was really nice to program to and everything like that. But yeah, they're actually over. That's kind of sad. But they still have stuff on here. That's kind of neat. But yeah, I remember this being it, where you could buy a lifetime subscription and you could just download whatever albums you'd like from their whole catalog, which is really nice. Yeah. You don't. Char went off screen during the meeting sequence. As they're coming, I'll take the queue and head to the kitchen to get lunch ready. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. I can't believe it's already ads. Oh my gosh, where did that last hour go? But yeah, basically, yeah, we'll just it's 30 seconds to ads. I will take a quick break while the ads are playing, and then I'll come back and hopefully get started to work, because I did start stream because I wanted to work on things, but goes looking well, does some dinner preparations. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. Look at all the hungry Brazilians. It's very hard to justify a label like this when you can get multiple tracks like this just on YouTube. That's the thing. This was on a different time. That's the thing. This was before YouTube became the monster that it is, that, you can stream music from YouTube for pretty much anything. This was before that, right? This was before that whole market started appearing. Yeah. But yeah, ads are starting soon. I will take a quick break and then I'll come back. And hopefully I will be able to catch up to chat and start working on things. Because Lord knows this thing needs to get worked on. But yeah. Where did the last hour go? Another thing we lost to pirates. True. Hiya, Hadukanen. Welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, Mr. and another younglings. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. We're sadly going to ads very soon. But yeah, feel free to stick around and I'll get started after the ads are over. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, this website ran for very, very long. And this was before YouTube was a place for music. Previously, YouTube was just a place to, home videos and stuff like that. It wasn't the monster that it is today. So places like this, like Magnitude, were kind of the place where I got my music from, for most cases. Not all of it, but, All right, ads are starting. So I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you in a few minutes. So I hope you stick around. Pew. Hello, everybody. I am back. Will I be able to start working now? We shall see. We shall see. All right, let me just catch up to chat real quick. Hi, Apex Flora. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Hear ye, hear ye. The stream proceedings are now in recess. True, true. Oh, Rothio. Oh, crap. Oh, my gosh. Hi, everybody. I am so sorry. Well, welcome in. Hi, Rothio. Welcome, welcome. You're probably not even here anymore. Let me catch up real quick. It's not a sorcery break without a raid. True. It's become a staple. It has definitely become a staple. Hi, Rothio. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Brave Traveler, welcome in. Ilda's here. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are doing good today. And thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you so much for coming with Rothio. Welcome in. It's okay, we'll wait. I'm so sorry. She should be coming back any minute, though. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. I hope y'all are doing good today. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to rest a little bit after my stream. Say hello to Sorcery when she's back. Absolutely. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it, Rothio. Welcome, welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good time over at Rothio's stream. And thank you so much for being here. Yeah. Also, you should check out Rothio's game. Let me look for it on Steam. I really need to do custom shout outs one of these days. Here you go. Let me just put that on chat and look at the trailer real quickly. Wait, where's my... Here you go. So this is Rothio's game. It's called Wax Heads, and it's super cute. Y'all should, go ahead and take a look at it. Oh, right. You probably can't hear it because I messed it up. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Now you should listen. It should be able to listen to it. There you go. It's so cute. I really like this game. The art style is so cool. You're running a record store. And it's super cute. Amazing art. Yeah, the art is super cool. I love it so much. It's super cute. It's super cute. I believe this trailer is new. I had never seen this trailer. I think this one's new, but it's super cute. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, they have another trailer. That is so cute. Yeah, but it's super cute. It's a super cute game. Y'all should take a look at it. I did post it on chat, right? Posted some more. But yeah, Wax Heads. It's super cute. Y'all should go take a look. Y'all should wish list it right now, immediately, at this very moment. John Strife, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Reminds me of the original comic for Scott Pilgrim. It does have that kind of artistic sensibility, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I see that too. Yeah. Hi, Sartre. Welcome. This reminds me of vintage records from hell. It's super cute. Yeah, I don't know vintage records from hell, but yeah, this game is really, really nice. I really like it. I like it very, very much. All right, let me just get the music back again. There we go. I believe I didn't screw up everything. Yes. Okay. We're good. We're good. Whose game is that? Hiya Hotel's Hope. This is Rothio's game. Rothio. She just raided in, but I can do a shout out again. Hopefully. Can I do a shout out again? I need to wait at 50 seconds, but it's Rothio's game. I'm gonna give a link to the stream itself. Okay, let me just get a link to the stream. There we go. Oh my gosh, why am I constantly losing my Twitch chat? There it is. Here you go. It's Rothio's game. Wax Heads. Would you be so kind to pin it so that I remember to wishlist it when I get back to my computer? Sure, sure. I can wishlist it. Yeah. I can wishlist it. I can pin it for sure. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'll keep that there. I'll keep it up there. It's pinned. I'll link it on the Discord. Never mind. I forgot you could do that on the phone now. Ah, okay. That's okay. It's totally fine. It's totally cool too. Yeah, we'll keep the pin. It's totally fine. It's a-okay. But welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good time over at Rothio's stream. And thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in to one and all. Okay. With that said, I finally caught up with chat and I've actually stopped yapping for a whole hour. So let's get back on track. I've got stuff to do, believe it or not. And I want to get started on it. So not last week, because last week was a whole streamer anniversary celebration thing. But before that, I actually finished this whole menu down here. With, sub-menus and all these little elements and stuff, little buttons and all. So now I want to extend this to all the other elements on screen. Up here is going to be kind of a controller for time, because this is supposed to be a turn-based colony sim, in the sense that you pass hours and people do stuff based on what you set them to do during that hour, right? And I want the player to be able to pass time, but not with these very tacky buttons. I actually want to have a small. I actually have a thing here that I've actually drawn out what I want to make. So give me a second. Can I open it like that? Yes. So I want to have something up here. Ignore everything else. Just just looking at this bit up this bit here. I want to have sort of like a time wheel that you can see more or less what time of the day is it. So sun would indicate midday, and the moon at the other side would indicate midnight, right? And then you'd have some information here to the left and the actual time of the day here to the right side. Right? I'm not sure if it's going to stay like that, but at least the part in the middle with the clock, I do want to have, because I think it's going to be fun. And also I wanted this to be an interactable bit. So you'd kind of do it like a disc, a vinyl or something like that, where you'd just, you'd rotate it and you'd use that to pass hours of the day, right? That would be it. And yeah, that's basically what I want to try and get done. We'll see how that works. But yeah, I want to get started at least on this part of the clock. It's gonna be interesting. I don't know exactly what I am going to use to indicate. There's the sun and the moon thing. There is that, but I'm not exactly sure how this is going to look at the end of the day. I just remembered there is something that might help me here. So if anyone has played Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, there are these stone tablets that you use for puzzle solving. I don't remember exactly what the name of them were. I think it's the sunstone and the moonstone and everything like that. It's basically a way for you to just do concentric circles, and then you use that to determine times of day, and you use that for puzzle solving. I kind of want to see if I can find a good screenshot of it. Here we go. I mean, yeah, it's not exactly this, but this is okay. Let me see if I can find a better version of this. Because I found one, but this one's kind of iffy. Let me see if I can find a better, more detailed version of this. Can I find it? Is the question. Ah, here we go. Perfect. Got it. Here we go. So this is what I mean. So each of these are supposed to be a stone circle, and there are 3 of them, and you kind of mount them on top of each other, and you kind of rotate them to do some puzzle solving, because their direction and their orientation kind of changes based on each run. So each run they determine a position for these, and you kind of have to rotate them and align them in such a way that they conform to like a notebook that you find early in the game. But yeah, kind of something like this, maybe somehow, I don't know, but yeah, something like that, most likely. We'll see how that goes. Hi, Little Frosty. Welcome. Did you win a Snick? I I did not win a Snick, sadly. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I was thinking some sort of sundial thing, but this might be better. I mean, yeah, I was thinking of sundials too. That might be a thing, but I kind of wanted this sort of iconography. I actually didn't remember this until after way later, before doing this bit, right? Where I added some stars here. I don't know exactly how I'm going to represent the night, because having it like this sounds a little weird. Because I understand that this is kind of like the moon, sort of, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly how I do that. First of all, I need to make the actual stone bit, right? The actual stone disc that I'm going to do, and then the iconography, I can think about that later. Yeah, we'll see. But this might be a good what's the word? Reference for that. Aw, snakes are very cool. Snakes are cool. Yeah. They go hiss and eat eggs. True. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. Hi, Little Frosty. Welcome. Oh, a nickname. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome in. How's it going today? Doing good. I'm gonna get started very soon. Yeah. Hopefully. We'll see. But yeah, we'll get started very soon. Okay. Let me get this bit. I'm going to use this as my base. So this is kind of what I want to do. We'll see exactly how this works in that case, but yeah. Just check on something. Yeah, it's right there in the middle of it. Okay. That's cool. I don't know how big this should be. Actually, let me just check something. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it matters all that much. Yeah, I don't, I'm just gonna try to get a space for it, and then we'll see. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to, do some more UI this week. Yeah. Meanings today, we steal the moon. Yes. Steal the moon, steal the sun, steal the stars, steal the whole thing. I agree. All right, let's do a simple thingy here. How big is this? 6 by 6, apparently. Okay. Something like this, then. So this would be the size of the thing. This would be the whole size of the disc. All right, fair enough. Okay. Let me see, because I kind of want to keep the aesthetics of this somehow. I want to see if I can manage to do it. But we'll see. We'll see how that works. Also, import the palette, if you please. Thank you. And I'm actually just going to copy this whole thing, because I want to reference the colors and everything. So I'm just gonna, eventually I might delete this, but you know, for now, I'll just want to get the colors and everything. You know, it would also work, Jay, making a version of an Astrolabiu that tells time. That would be Portuguese related. I guess I could take some hints on that. Let me just see. Something like that could be good too. Yeah. It might feel a bit too advanced for the time, but I could take some hints of this. Let me see. Because most of these have way too much detail. Back then, they didn't have the proper tools to make this kind of work. But I could take some hints. For this design, yeah. Especially if it's totally full and a little less complex. Although most of these are fairly complex, to be fair. But yeah. Might not work in pixel art. It has too much detail. That might also be a thing too. I mean, it looks super cool though. I gotta I gotta say, you look at one of these things and it's just, you know, it's badass. I like it. But making this in such a small space might be a bit of a problem. It is true. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll keep it here as a reference. You know, might also be something that I can take some ideas of. But yeah. Thank you for the tip. I like it. Yeah. I'll keep that and I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to. I mean, it's probably gonna come out not entirely like how I wanted, because I have this feeling that there's way too much detail here that I want to convey, and I'm not gonna be able to convey most of it. But we'll see. We'll find out. We're, you know, it's gonna be a thing. Okay, let's get started with this. There's this bit. That could do. Yeah. All right. Calm down. that is something, I gotta say. Plus, there are a few curves here that I might want to improve. This sort of curve here is kind of throwing me off a little bit, but that's okay. Load up the palette. Okay, let's just do blue here. I'm basically just doing this because I want to keep this color in. There we go. Okay. So this would be our base. I kind of want to do something like this. I am kind of afraid at what this will do, though. So we'll see. Let's contract this by 1 pixel again. And once again, to do the inside. Okay. 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 This might be a bit too weird. But for a starter thing, I'll take it. I might want to do some heavy editing here to, improve the whole quality of it, but we'll get to that later. Yeah, because some of this is going to go up and down, I feel. This is not. And then I do carvings. Kind of what I did here in a way. I wonder if I could use colors like I did here. Especially for the sun and stuff. I'll try to do that. Yeah. I don't know how big I want these to be though. Do I want these to be as big as buttons? That seems a bit excessive. How big are these? 20. 20. Okay. Let me try to do something here. That's the problem, isn't it? It's not going to be enough for that. Might be a little weird. But what are we doing now? Sorry about that. I'm trying to do the clock bit here. This is supposed to be a clock up here that rotates as, hours pass. I want to make one side of it a sun, the other side of it a moon or some starry field or something. And yeah, I'm trying to work out the iconography right now. Try to put it up here somewhere. Just trying to work it out and see what could look good, basically. Yeah. Eventually, there is another thing that I want this to do. I want this element to be sort of a thing where you could, for example, okay, imagine this is complete, right? This is the sun, and you put it here. So that would mean that I could then pick the sun up, this in game, right? And I could rotate the whole thing. And by rotating it, I was basically telling the game to pass the time. Kind of like doing dial or changing the dials and having time pass because of that. That'd be kind of what I wanted to do. Not sure if that's going to look any good, but I am going to try. So yeah, I'm just trying to make the little icons for day and night, basically. And see if they look any good. I'm going to try to do another version. So imagine... Fun fact, the unreleased prequel of Eldoria had a day and night cycle. and mobs had a higher level at night. It was a nice feature. Too bad I can't do it now. Oh, that is so cool though. That does sound like a cool feature for sure. I wonder if making it this big would improve things. This might be a bit too small though. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger. Okay, let me see. Let's try to make it even bigger than that. Like this. I wonder if that works. Might look too much like a cogwheel though. I'm just noticing that this might look too much like a cogwheel. Especially if I put the hole in the middle. Yeah, but I don't want to put the hole in the middle. That'd be bad. Okay, let me try something. Okay, let me try like this. I might need I might need to be a bit more abstract, like here. You know, have the disc in the middle, and then the rest of it would be like that. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm getting a feeling that this one might not work in my favor. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Something like this should work. Actually, let's do the inside of it first. Because then will the cycle influence stuff in the game? Well, mostly just the fact that, you know, at night your villagers won't produce. They'll just go to sleep. Right? And you have to make sure that, you know, they get as much sunlight as possible so they can work before going to sleep. So yeah, I mean, I guess it'll influence in that way. Yeah. Only for the vampire DLC. True. Only for the vampire DLC. It is true. would be cool to wait for the night to fall to raid a village or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it would have more implications in the sense that, for example, if you get attacked during the night, it would be more of a thing during the RPG slash combat mechanics sort of thing. So, for example, if you sleep in at night at your camp in the wilderness, you'd have more probability of being attacked. You'd have less visibility. You know, all of those things basically. But yeah, in the village bit, in the village managing thing, it's mostly just a thing of, you know, your villagers will be asleep by then, so you won't be able to produce during the night. And also, yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, you may get more ambushed during the night because it's easier to ambush during the night. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I wonder if I should make this more round. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that's already dark enough. Hmm. Could also try detaching these. I'm just thinking. I can't get over the fact that it looks too much like a cogwheel. That's the problem. It just looks too much like a cogwheel. I kind of wanted to, well, not have that, basically. I'm going to try to clean it up a bit. Maybe even make it a little bit smaller. And then have these bits. This might be too exaggerated, but Maybe I should make it even smaller, but we'll see. It's not that bad. Could work. Kodakula, welcome in. Lurk away. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Hope that Dwarf Fortress stream went well. This might be it. I just wish the disc at the center was a bit larger, but with this sizing restriction. Aryun, welcome in. Roll call. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. How was your stream? How did everything go? Hopefully you're doing good. And welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing good today. Welcome, welcome. Let me just give you a shout out real quick. Doing well. Awesome, awesome. Glad to hear it. Let me see. There you go. Okay. Still got it. Hey. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm glad you had a nice stream. Yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you so much for following through. Gregory Felicio. Welcome, welcome. I probably didn't pronounce that very well, but thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Working on the new overlay as always. Added a few things to it. I actually quite close to moving to the new overlay. That's so cool. Yeah. Do you have anything visual that we can take a look at? I'd love to take a look at it. But yeah, if you don't, that's totally fine. That's totally okay too. Don't worry about it. But yeah, glad to hear you're making progress. That's pretty sweet. Okay, yeah, this is 20 by 20. I mean, it's not the worst thing, but it's I like it. It eventually just became this. I love it. It's correct. Thank you. No problem. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Gregory. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. I'm not sure if I like this all that much, but I certainly like it more than this disc. This disc needs something else. I still don't know exactly what it is, but eventually I'll figure it out. It's kind of the same thing I have with the rest of it as well. The rest of the UI is just missing something. It's missing a bit of a texturing or something like that. I don't know. I will be missing like 80% of the features from my current overlay, but when I switch over to it, it should be easier to re-add the features. Nice. Yeah, stuff like that makes it nicer, when you make new changes to things. It's nice. Do a little bit of a refactoring on your on your overlay. I don't know if I like this. I'm going to try carving in instead of doing this embossing thing that I did with the other stuff. I'm going to try carving in instead. Yeah. Let me do a copy of this. Try carving it. Well, the carving is not that difficult. It's just basically, it's all dark except a few things. See, because yeah, there's this carving right here, right, that I want to keep. This is kind of the thing that I was looking at, but actually, let me see. I'm gonna try to emboss it. That might look a little weird. That might look extremely weird, actually. I'd have to remove it altogether, I feel. I'd have to remove this altogether from the thing. Okay, I will heat up some food and relax a little. Lurk, totally fine. That's totally fine. Thank you so much for reading it, Ryun. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you're making progress in your overlay project. That's awesome. But thank you so much for reading it. And welcome in, everybody. Well, to do this, I'm going to need a few different ways of looking at this. So let's see. Let's do this bit first, and then we'll tackle that. Because this is going to be sort of an embossing thing. We'll see how that turns out. Okay. The dark bit. So we need a middle bit now. Something like that, yeah. Not exactly sure how this is going to look at the end of things, but we'll see, won't we? So this would be kind of an embossing. And what I mean by this is that kind of looks inlaid into the stone instead of, being jutting outwards. I kind of like this a little bit better. The only problem with this is that as I rotate, these shadows are not going to look good. That's the only problem, because this is gonna need some rotation, right? And at a certain point, it just looks very, very freaky. So this one might not be it for rotation. I mean, I could just make it the whole thing dark, right? That would kind of solve my problem, but I feel like that's a bit too simple. I don't know. I could just make it a line, I suppose. Yeah. Hiya, Titan Shade. Welcome, welcome. Good job for a shader. That's true. I could make it a shader instead. That is true. I want to try a few other things before I go through with this. I kind of like this. Sorta, kinda. I actually painted this wrong, now that I think about it. Well, not exactly wrong, but... What if I just make it the lines instead? I could just do that. Get rid of the middle. I might need to turn on the lights. It gets so dark so quickly now. Hi, Akago. Welcome, welcome. You can still do a day / night cycle. Darkness and super darkness. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Welcome in, Kago. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. if I made it a little simpler, like this, I could actually increase the size of things, or at least the block, the central bit. This might be simplistic, but it might work in our favor. Because I can. Because this is not 20 by 20 anymore. I believe this is 18 by 18. Yeah. Because that means I could just move some of this stuff around, I suppose. And then I can increase the size of this bit here in the middle. And this would still be 20 by 20, I feel. No, this is 20 by 20. I miscalculated. Wait a minute. Right, right. Hold on. Might be because of... Yeah, the spacing is wrong. There we go. Now it seems a bit better. It's still not 100% correct because, yeah, this one needs to go down here a bit. Now I believe it's correct. There we go. Okay, now we're good. And this would be the 20 by 20. There we go. Okay, yeah. Are you working on UI stuff? Hi, Akago. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I want to do this clock here at the top. Basically, I wanted this to be a round stone tablet that would rotate based on which hour it is. So at this point right here, this part right here would tell you exactly what time it is, and this would rotate, you know, as the time passes in the game. So I'm trying to make the elements to put in the stone tablet that will then rotate and show things. But I'm kind of trying to find the style that I'm looking for, because it'll do stuff like this, right? It'll, you know, now it's midday, now it's midnight, you know, that kind of stuff. But yeah. Eventually, because I also want the player to be able to, like a vinyl, like like a kind of like a disc, you can rotate it with your mouse clicks. So click and drag would allow you to rotate the disc and, you know, change time based on how much you rotated the disc, stuff like that. Kind of like that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for, but I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm trying. I'm working on it. Oh, right. Ads will begin in about 40 seconds, 45 seconds, something like that. I will take a quick break while the ads are playing, and then I'll come back. Just letting everybody know that that's what's happening. I wonder if this would work. Maybe with a double bit on the on here. Maybe that would work. I wonder who's going to raid now. I mean, you know it's going to happen. It always happens. But yeah, it could be anyone. Now like I feel like the spy in that trailer. It could be you. It could be me. You know, it could be just about anyone. You need a smartwatch with notifications. I mean, I could look at the computer while I'm on a break, right? But sometimes I just get up and go fetch water. Sometimes I'm not here. Sometimes I'm stretching, just walking around the house. Yeah. When you get raided, you get an electric shock. Goddamn. Run. The raid is coming. You have to get there. That would be something. Yeah. I feel like then I'd get next to Raid way more just because he would want to watch me get electric shocked. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Unless, no, I'm just kidding. I don't dislike this. Okay. Ads are starting, so I'll take a quick break like I mentioned, but I will be back after a few minutes. So I hope you stick around. I'll see you then. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. I just, looked at the side once I went away and I saw that I had no water. So I had to go and get some. Yeah. That's why I took a little longer. Hello, everybody. I'll be drinking a bit. All right, let me catch up with chat real quick. Hopefully no one rated. Meanwhile. Oh, Titan Shade, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Thank you. I support the shock watch idea. Kago, how could you? Viewers come for the shock watch, stay for the game dev. I mean, I could see it. It'd be kind of cruel, but I could see it. To be honest, I blurred it out and then remember that there is an ongoing thing with a very famous Twitch streamer and a shock collar. Yikes. I hope they're at least getting some good donations. This does not surprise me at all. Yeah, sadly. I was also brainstorming the other day with a friend. What if chat could trigger some physical stuff in the streamer's house, like a siren or lights? Oh man, that feels abusable somehow. That would be insane. You would, I don't know. I get I feel like you'd get PTSD very quickly. I'm sure I've seen stuff like that somewhere, unless it was a fever dream. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. There might be someone out there who does that, but yikes. 1,000 spell components to uncover the window. Incredible. No reason why a chatbot command can trigger some IoT Alexa IFTTT thing. Possibly. Yeah, no, I mean, it could work. Yeah, it could work. I've never seen it, but it would be incredible if one could play some horror game and have the chat control what scares the streamer, like flickering lights. Oh man. I mean, when you put it like that, yeah, that does sound cool and immersive and all of that. But I get the feeling that that could also be very abusable by people with, with no sense of pace. It would get very, yeah, it would fall to be very, very tacky very quickly, I feel. Unless, if people had some sort of measured response to it, right? If you could throttle it to just happen every few, I don't know, minutes, hours, something like that, each one, yeah, I could see it. I've never seen it to that level. The delay would be the biggest thing to work around outside the initial tech to get the commands running. Possibly, yeah. There's also, yeah, the delay could also wreck that a little bit, yeah. I was thinking donos on a LED matrix in the background. Small bright. Yeah, that's small potatoes. You would have to rig a chatbot to some sort of Arduino, Raspberry Pi thing. Possibly, yeah, I feel like that would be the way to go, yeah. Not necessarily. If you've got Alexa or Google Home automation gear, then you could do it entirely through IFTTT. It'd be slow though. Possibly, yeah. Sure, to turn off or turn on stuff, but more weird things like flickering lights, playing some scary sound, or turn on a smoke machine. Oh man. That almost sounds, at that point it would kind of become an escape room of sorts. That'd be pretty cool. Fire takes notes on the get rich notebook. Yeah, you should. That's actually a cool idea. Yeah, for sure. That's probably true. The more intricate you want to get, the more you'll need custom tech to support it. Yeah, I get the feeling that would be the case. Yeah. I've had an idea for a Twitch chat plugin, RPG, that can run off a database backend so that players could keep earned gear and stuff across channels. Then the streamers can set up their own shops, dungeons, and monsters for chat to interact with while watching. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. That'd be pretty sweet. I like that. I like that idea. That's also a good one. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Titan. Thank you. What's up, witches? What's up? Would definitely need gates and timers. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Probably someone moderating at all times. Yeah, in that case, it would have to be because I get the feeling that chat would not be able to control themselves. I mean, I'm talking about big chats, right? Chats with a lot of people. It tends to get very chaotic. So yeah. Hi, Adime. Welcome, welcome. Did you try my game? Let me see. I mean, I'm not sure yet, but I don't think I've tried it. No. Is this running online? It's cool. Yeah. No, but sadly, I haven't tried it yet. Sadly. I was thinking of some sort of alternate reality game on stream. Like the streamer would act like she was in a haunted house type of simulation, but that would scare what would scare her is controlled by chat. Yeah, I mean, that sounds plausible. It wouldn't need a lot of custom tech, I feel. Kind of like what Titan was saying. Yeah, I feel like that would be the biggest problem, quote unquote, in there would be, triggering all that stuff, also making it look good on camera. But yeah, it could be done. I feel like that could be done. That sort of thing could be done. Yeah. Faux show, faux show. This one's not that bad, but it just feels too simple, you know. Hmm. It feels too simplistic. That's the problem. Hmm. Let me try something. Yeah, that'd be it, wouldn't it? Yeah, biggest problem with stuff like this is that the the light changes, the light source changes, and then everything looks weird. This wouldn't be that bad, I don't think. Just needs something else. Just needs a bit of something. I don't know what that is yet, but there's something missing. Ooh, what if you have a second sprite and it's offset by 1 pixel to create a drop shadow in the right direction? Could do that, yeah. That could be it. But in that case, I would need the element itself not to change. Well, no, I would have to not rotate the object. Oh yeah, I could do that too, actually. I just realized. I would just need to counterbalance the rotation of one thing. I think it needs to look carved into the stone, like the Indiana Jones that you showed earlier. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I still have it here, right? They make it look so much better than I ever could. but but I could offset the rotation. I just realized I am rotating this thing, right? But as I rotate one thing, I could just not rotate the other. And it would always keep like this. And that, yeah, that way it would always look correct no matter how much I rotated it. You would use the parent rotation to update it. It's a bit of math, but it would look super cool. Yeah, no, yeah, that might be it. Yeah. Hmm. Just do something here. Biggest problem is that I have to do this in the rays cannot be. That's the problem. The one in the Indiana Jones game is not symmetrical. It looks more worn out on one side. Yeah, some bits, it does have a bit of wear and tear in most places. Yeah, for sure. Some of the sun rays, they're kind of uneven and it has a few, stone cuts and everything like that. Yeah, I definitely want to do something like that. Because keeping the stone even just makes it look too fabricated, I guess. It just looks too perfect. Yeah, this whole thing will need a bit of a thing, a bit of an edge to it. Let me try something. Because if I did it like this, hmm. I'll get to you. Let me just. Not exactly like this, but close enough. Menander? Menander? Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, it needs to be carved in, I feel. But to do that, what? Okay. But to do something like this, that'd be the other way around, wouldn't it? Hiya, Geek. Welcome, welcome. Today there's sun. They said there'd be snow. When all's said and done, it's fun not to know. What keeps my heart humming is guessing what's coming. Let me be surprised. Yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes weather forecasts can be a bit iffy, but you know that's part of the whole charm of of it all, I suppose. Welcome in, Geek. I hope you're doing good. Question, if it's not too distracting. Sure. Why do you prefer Godot C# over GDScript? Basically because, well, this game started out as a Unity project. So I had a bunch of tech that I rolled over from the Unity project over to Godot. And also I've programmed in Godot for, I programmed in C# for, I don't know, it's going to be 14 years at this point. I kind of like it. And I mean, I do like it. And I just didn't want to throw away all my libraries, all my, you know, all my work done on that. Because I've got a lot of helper libraries, a lot of, you know, utilities that I've made, tools over time, done a lot of that stuff. So I didn't want to throw all that away. So yeah, I just decided to just use Godot with C#. It's kind of funny that, you know, I didn't choose Godot and then chose C# over GDScript. I basically chose Godot because it allowed me to keep working on C#. I never even GDScript didn't even get into the equation. Basically, I was basically looking for a substitute to Unity that functioned kind of like Unity, but would still allow me to use C#, and Godot fit right the bill perfectly. So that's why I decided to switch. Yeah. It's a song from All Dogs Go to Heaven. Oh man, okay. Real talk. I have watched that movie, but it was in Portuguese. So I don't, first of all, I don't remember the songs because it was a bajillion years ago. And second of all, I never watched it. I never learned the lyrics in English. So even if I somehow recognized it, yeah. So sadly, yeah. Fair. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. I see, that makes perfect sense. I wanted to use C++ with it. It's not as easy as one would hope. Yeah, it's the whole thing with GD extension. I'm actually kind of curious what they're going to do because the one of the people from the Godot team has actually been putting out videos as to, what's the status of, various inner projects over at Godot and everything like that. And one of the things they're doing is they're going to put C# instead of as it is right now. C# is also going to become a GD extension. I am kind of curious how that will work, because right now I've actually looked into it. At some point, I've actually looked into how GD extension works. For example, if you want to use C++ with Godot. And apparently it's not as easy to set up as one would think. It kind of involves some wacky shenanigans. I do hope they manage to make it seamless, or as seamless as possible, right? I would very much like to keep this sort of ease of use that exists right now with Godot and C#. It's basically just plug and play. You just do your scripts in C# and that's it. That's the way to go. I'm very, very curious because they did mention, it's been mentioned for a while now, that they want to move C# over to a GD extension kind of deal, pretty much like, Rust or C++ or anything like that. I'm actually kind of curious if they're going to improve the whole GD extension system while they're at it. That'd be nice. But we'll see. We'll see what they do with it. Oh, actually, that reminds me. It's actually not running, is it? Give me a second. Because I had a whole setup with things here, but why is this? Okay, apparently it didn't work for some reason. Because I had this thing for pushing the whole Godot being part of the it's kind of like a push that they're doing to add funds to the foundation and to the development of Godot. And I kind of wanted to get in on that stuff, but I just realized that it's not running. And I probably should check why it's not. I just completely forgot about it. Let me see. Is it still running? I know that the command is running, but I wanted it to run automatically I made it every hour. So hopefully that works. Okay. We'll see. Okay. I turned it on. Let's see if that works. Oh my gosh. I totally forgot about it. But the command should still be working though. Let me take a quick look at that. Yeah. Yeah, it's this thing. But it was supposed to run on an hourly basis, just to remind people, and it just, the timer wasn't working. I don't know why. Well, I think I've said it now correctly. We'll see if that happens at some point. Would be nice. I've only been tinkering with Godot for about a month. I think I've come to the conclusion that I want to use GDScript and write extensions in C++ for performance when / if necessary. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, but that does make sense. For sure. I mean, for me, I would probably I don't see a midpoint. I would probably just go all in on C# or just go all in on C++. Because at that point it would be just confusing for me. But yeah. It's definitely something that you can do, especially with the way things are set up nowadays. Yeah, that's totally plausible. I get it on that. Yeah. What's the J's OS? What operative system I'm using? That would be Windows 10. Yeah, that's what I'm using right now. Hiring full-time devs, you say? Yeah, they've actually made out it's over on their website. I'm not sure if I can trigger it because I've already been to the website. But yeah, they actually have a sort of like a call to oh no, it's right here. Yeah, it's a little call to action that they added to their webpage. And I just wanted to mirror that. Yeah. Because, I really do hope at some point that I get, enough bases to just donate to Godot willy-nilly. Yeah, that'd be very, very cool. But yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah, hopefully the command starts running again. Because I don't know what happened to it. I think the timer was not set up correctly. After almost 20 years of C++, it turns out Python is kind of nice. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I had this idea that I wanted to keep using C# and everything. But, sometimes you get tired of a language and just want to try something new, right? That makes total sense. To me. For now, I'm actually kind of I'm very happy with C#. I don't see me, not using it for the foreseeable future, but who knows, something might come along that, might entice me. Sounds like you're asking what I'm running on. Water, basically. Yeah. That's basically what I'm running on right now. Water in a cauldron. That's easy. Twinkies and tea. Actually, no tea. Sadly, no tea today. I had some tea, what was it, yesterday? Yeah. But no tea today, sadly. The answer is panache. Oh my gosh. Yes. I would live on panache. Yes. Nina Lafitte. That's me. I'm Nina Lafitte. Hell yeah. Wait for her reaction to this and you'll see what I mean. Yeah. Panades are pretty good. Yeah. Panades are really good. I really like panades. Panades are great. Panades are the best. The best. I don't know why I sounded like that. I guess it's the disjunction of going from Portuguese to English. It just, something goes off. I don't know. For sure. You'd be happy with C#. I'm definitely not trying to change your mind. Just enjoy talking about code and language. Oh no, me too. I totally didn't really like that at all. It's just yeah, but it's kind of nice hearing from other people and seeing what kind of setup they've got running on. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely. We need a moo extension. A moo extension. What would a moo extension do exactly? What would that do? Cow programming language? What? The cow programming language is an esoteric programming language created by Sean Heber in 2003. is a rainbow variant. Of course. Designed humorously with bovines in mind. Cow has 12 instructions, 4 more than incredible, and is Turing complete. Incredible. Most instructions are moos. Only the capitalization varies. Oh my god. That sounds horrifying. I didn't even try it, but this sounds horrifying. All other character combinations are ignored and treated as comments. Incredible. This command is connected to the moo command. Well, I'm going to say moo all the time, but it's basically just different spellings of moo. When encountered during normal execution, it searches the program code in reverse, looking for a matching moo command, and begins executing again, starting from the found moo command. When searching, it skips the instruction that is immediately before it. What? What? I don't know. I don't know, y'all. What was that quote? Do you think God looks back at the world in fear of what he has created? That's basically this. That this is me. I live, not saying I'm God, but I live in fear of looking at this language in fear with other people. Because if this exists, far worse probably exists out there. You know? That is insane, I gotta say. I love it though. It's absolutely amazing. But it is kind of insane. Is this an optional moo? Customizable in settings so that you can choose what events trigger different moos? Oh god. Oh, and I saw like... I now have the urge to pass hello world through an AI voice. Good lord. Why would someone subject the world to this? Because moo, of course. I mean... Yeah. You haven't seen Birth? I did not. I mean, I've heard about it, but I don't think I remember seeing it in the wild. Let me actually, because there's a link here. Yeah. Incredible. The first thing I read, not to be confused with different spellings of it. That's just great. But I have heard about it. Oh, okay. Yeah. This sounds amazing. But it's not for me. The scale is now basic moo. I see. I just found it after checking that page that Jay was showing. Yeah. Why, man? Just why? Why not, you know? The cow god loves mooling. That is true. Ellie's birth looks like code. I mean, to me, you know what this looks like? This looks like, at least these ones, right? These ones here at the bottom. These seem like the kind of things you would put in your username so it would look fancy on MSN Messenger, IRC, that sort of stuff. That's what this reminds me of. Those kinds of fancy decorations you'd put in your name in chat rooms. That's basically what this looks like, at least these ones. That's what I associate it with. I wouldn't necessarily... Oh my gosh. Welcome to MySpace. Exactly. That is exactly it. It's what you use to get your chat room to the top of the list. There is that too. Yeah, there is that too. Yeah, but this kind of reminds me of that, you know, all those fancy decorations that you'd put in your name. Oh my god. Look at this thing. It's insane. All of this is insane. I mean, I love it, but it is insane. It's still insane. It looks like my cat walked over my keyboard, but when that happens, it makes more sense than what's on that page. Your cat likes the shift key. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, I like this one. I need the other bits though. Do I need to do it like this? I probably do. Let me think. Okay. Pull this up. I'm gonna change this a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. This is probably gonna look really, really bad, but and also this might be too big. Yeah, because this is a 20 by 20. I need to make it smaller. This is not gonna look good. Not gonna look good. Okay, let's take this and just change the shading of it, and then we'll see. It's too small. That's the problem. Maybe what I can do instead of that, instead of this, what I could do is just make these bits that are coming out dark. You know, like they're carved in. I would still need a bit of a thing to it. But it could work. I just need to reverse it a little bit. That could work. Hmm. That looks too weird. What if I made it just pure dark, though? That would look a little iffy, though. But let's give it a shot. I think this might look a bit iffy. Eh, maybe not. Kind of tough, yeah. There's also cat code, but sadly that one isn't really documented anywhere, at least to where I know of. That is, wow. I just realized that you can just counter rotate the sprite instead of needing to do fancy stuff. Coffee is great. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I basically just need both elements to be separated, and as I rotate one, I'd counter rotate the other one to, you know, offset. Yeah, yeah. Never mind, that would change the orientation of the inset. In a way, yes, but because of the shading, it wouldn't really matter. Because this is what's the word? It's a symmetrical thing, right? So when you rotate it, it keeps all of its stuff except the shading bit. But since you're counter rotating, it would still be the same shape. It would just the shade of it would accompany the whole movement. At least, maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but it makes sense to me, but we'll see. Sadly, it's hard to coffee without coffee. This means it's hard to make coffee before you've had coffee. Coffee is a thing. Yeah. That's why I got a fancy automated coffee maker. Ah, makes sense, makes sense. If caffeine disappeared from the world, I'd die from its rolls. Can I just have Kato from the Green Hornet movie over Alfred? Yeah, I mean, Kato makes a mean coffee. Makes sense, makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Well, in that case, give me a second. I could go back to this. Just need slightly different colors, maybe? Maybe. Maybe. But I would want to do something like this then. Hmm. There's an issue with the counter rotation still. How slowly does your main wheel spin? You're going to get a snap when it passes the 45-degree thresholds. Yeah, I have to be careful with that actually. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that is a problem for sure. Yeah. As long as it's not 3 snaps in the shape of a Z, it's fine. 3 I don't know yet. But it might be cuz I was thinking I need 24 hours basically, right? So it needs to go from, well, imagining this is the moon bit, it would need to go from 0 to itself to 24 hours. So I would need at least 23 different angles for this with, well, no, actually 24. It would need 24 angles. So from 0 to 23 hours, right? So it would need 24 different rotations. That does not leave a lot of space though. Let me see, how much would that be? That's 15 degrees for every hour. That's not a lot. That's also something that I've been very afraid of, that the fact that, the slices are going to be so small, this might be a problem. We'll see. But yeah, I'll work through it. See how that goes. Gotta go, Manusha. Thanks for the stream. Ku tomorrow, chat. Ku tomorrow next. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. I'll catch you tomorrow for sure. could do. Yeah. That certainly helps with the shape. Yeah. Could do 6 sprites or 3 if you want to get fancy. You use the sprites for hours 0 to 5, then back to 1 with a counter rotation. Sprite swapping. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. Back to 0, sorry. Right. Yeah, but that makes sense. I might do a system like that. That sounds plausible at the very least. I don't know how, I'll have to test it out. But the biggest problem right now is mostly just the shape. More than just the rotation is just what shape do I make it in? That's the big problem. Feel free to tell me to shut up. No, it's totally fine. I appreciate people trying to help out. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, also, ads are running in about 10 seconds. I will take a quick break and I'll come back. Just letting you all know. But yeah, no. Feel free to, feel free to give suggestions. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, right. Oh, wow. It started the ads immediately. What? Okay. That makes sense. All right. Like I mentioned, I will take a quick break and I will see you in a few minutes. So I hope you stick around. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm so late. Sorry about that. Let me just continue, shall we? Let me just check chat real quick. Oh, Nomadia? Nomadia? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. All right. Let me just check this. I wonder. Okay. Just get another wheel. This wheel occupies way too much space. I just realized. I wonder if I did this as a dark thing instead. And leave the light part out. Would that work? I'd say no, but I just want to check it out. It's complicated. Let me just work in this bit here. See if I can do anything with this. I don't want to make it too in-depth. Because at the end of the day, this is supposed to look like a carving. That's right, Jay. Work it. Oh yeah. You know, I'm working it. Or at least I'm trying to make it work. But you know, it's complicated. Just experimenting, basically. This is probably not going to work, but I don't know exactly. Because that's the thing. I don't mind this, but this is too plain. It needs something. I'm I'm guessing it's the same problem with everything else in the UI right now. It's just the texturing. It needs a bit of texture. They do that in here very, very well. Where'd I put it? Did I close it? I didn't, did I? Oh, here we go. Okay. They use a bit of texturing here to give it that grainy kind of stone shaped feel. And I feel like this is missing from the whole thing. Problem is, at this scale and at this detail, I get the feeling that adding that in would just make it look really bad. Because this is UI. This is something that just sits in the world, right? So there's lighting in a way. But I don't know, having it in the UI kind of let's just try something. Oh, it just does a thing. Okay. I wonder if I can use a whole ramp for it. Yeah, but the problem with stuff like this is that I would have to rotate the whole thing and then suddenly the light wouldn't work on anymore. So that's not good. That's not, unless I find a way to just, make it look decent. Hmm. Because this wouldn't look that bad, I don't think. You know, even here. Problem with this one is that this needs to be expanded upon. And while expanding, unless I made this midsection just completely repeatable, that might be a big problem. I would basically need this midsection to be a repeatable pattern throughout all of it. It doesn't look bad. I don't dislike it. It's just that, you know, anything other than top to bottom or left to right will look extremely bad. This is going to be very complicated. Hi, Tinspin. Welcome, welcome. Was the sundial from Indiana Jones? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. Referencing one of my favorite games. I really like this game. This game is one of my all-time faves. Yeah, I'm trying to, you know, use that as a baseline for what stone discs would look like. And yeah, I mean, trying is the best word here. Yeah. I'm so old. No, you're not. Aren't we all? No, none of us are old. What are you talking about? I will not accept this I am old talk. That does not exist. That is not a thing. I am Black Lotus. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I will not tolerate such conversation in my presence. And it's going to be the same exact problem with this, yeah. Cuz I'm feeling again, I could just keep this in place instead of being rotated. There is that. And just rotate the symbols underneath it, right? That could be something that I could do. But the fact that I am not changing the patterning at all while rotating will just seem like I'm moving symbols around instead of this being a thing that just rotates and its imperfections kind of shine through, right? As it rotates. Because, for example, if I added a dent here somewhere, you know, something like, I'm going to just do very slapdashly, but if I do a dent here, something like this, right? If I add a dent like this to the stone, right? If I rotate this, all of a sudden, that, you know, it doesn't work anymore because the dent is now in a different place and its lighting should be different. And thanks, I hate it. I do quite like this though. This little dent immediately adds a lot to it though. My children never let me forget. Are you looking for proper pixels instead of rotating pixels? Yeah, I am trying to make this as proper pixel as I can. Which is, yeah, it might be a bit too ambitious of me, but, you know, until proven otherwise, I will keep on trying. You know, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But that immediately helped quite a bit, actually. You know, just having an element here to just sell the fact that it's, you know, it's something flawed. It's something that had a little dent on it. I mean, sure, the rest of it's still too pristine. It's still too, it's too clear cut. There's no grit. There's no noise to it. It needed some sort of patterning. But to do that, I would need a, I don't know. Where's my spray tool? Wasn't it here? Oh, it's probably up here. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, this needs a different pattern because it needs scratches. I feel like it's not just the fact that it's not patchwork. It needs a bit of scratching here and there. You know, just the fact that it's got noise is not enough. I mean, sure, the noise helps. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The noise kind of helps, but some scratching would definitely help too. Some bigger, something that would sell the fact that this has been heavily used in a way. But if I do that, then that might be, depending on how I do it, this might look really bad. Could follow the same logic as the symbols. Have a handful of sprites for the major angles. Once you pass the 45-degree threshold, change to the next one. Yeah, I mean, in that case, yeah, that would probably be it. For sure, for sure. I'd need different angles and different things. But in that case, yeah, I would probably need to repeat. For sure, for sure. And just change them around based, kind of like those 3D games that have 2D sprites, and you rotate the camera and suddenly you change the sprite of the character based on the angle of the camera. Kind of like something like that, basically. Yeah. I feel like that would be the best way of doing it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But my biggest issue so far is that there is no way to do these elements. I mean, I could just make them not symmetrical. Could go full artist, 24 unique tablet sprites. I mean, could do. Yeah. I could definitely do that. It would be kind of crazy, but I've been prone to crazy before. So, it wouldn't be that out of the ordinary, I don't feel. I could just, nab chunks here and there, just small bits. Not like that though. That's reversed. But small bits like this would definitely help with making it a little bit more used. I don't know. I'm just spitballing basically at this point, but yeah. something like that. Any full artists in chat? Possibly, possibly, yeah. But they're probably all busy. Hiya, Flair. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Yeah, I'm just, I'm just trying to do some sort of testing here, trying to see how this would look. I don't necessarily dislike it. It's just, yeah. I read that as full artists, almost threw both my hands up in the air. Foolish artists, foolish samurai. Sounds legit. Mm. Yeah, I'll have to work on those shapes. But yeah, I mean, kind of works. It's just I needed this to maybe I don't mind it all that much that it doesn't change with angles, you know? I mean, sure, it might look a little iffy rotated from another angle. That might bother me more than I'd care to admit, though. If someone needs an almost empty artist, I'm your guy. Let's go. Yeah. This is going to be extremely complicated, I feel. Starting to sound like a shader is the way to go. It's possible. It's possible that I might have to divert to shaders for this. To, just share the workload a little bit. What are we even drawing? So basically, I want kind of like a stone tablet that'll sit at the top of the screen, kind of like this. Here's the full mock-up. Basically, it's a small stone disc that will sit on top of the screen that will rotate as the hours of the day pass, basically. So I'm trying to workshop that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. In this specific case, let's see, how would this look inside it? Yeah, that's the thing. It just doesn't look all that compelling compared to whatever's going on here. It looks too drab. It looks too plain. Benefit of creating a shader that can work with a custom normal map is you can use it on sprites in the environment as well. I guess, yeah. I wanted to try and avoid doing real-time lighting. But yeah, having a shader to just replace lights, on a ramp, kind of like me controlling the kind of shades that it would do. Yeah, that could work. How would this look integrated in here? That's the big question, isn't it? How would this would even remotely look like it's part of this? Oh, can't be that, can it? would have to be something like this, but this would look kind of iffy. Oh, there it is. Yay. Okay, timer's working again. Hopefully. Let me make sure. Because it did work once, and then I think I forgot to just make the timer reset. I think that was it. The timer just did not reset. But it seems like it's working now. Hopefully I don't have to touch it no more. But it did the thing. Very true. Very true. It did the thing. Which is good. We like it when the thing does the thing. It would have to be underneath, wouldn't it? Let me try something. Okay. To make this look like a carving, I would have to make the highlights be on the opposite side of whatever this is doing. Could also just add to the grooves of it. Try to just add little bits to it, I suppose. Try to make those grooves seem like they're carved in deeper. Would that work? I have no idea. Yeah, this would look kind of... Hi, Cody Graham. Welcome, welcome. Is that a coin? Not exactly. It's supposed to be a huge stone disc with carvings on it. And I'm trying to make it work, but clearly that's not working very well. But you know, I'm trying. I am nothing if not trying. That does help it look a bit carved a little bit, though. Just a tiny bit. Does look like it's indented a little bit in the thing. It's embedded in a way. Hmm. Just gonna continue to workshop this, see if I can. That wouldn't be that bad, actually. Trying to add some color variation just so, you know. Maybe I'll just keep it like that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess this wouldn't look, yeah. Oh, Polymetron, welcome, welcome. Yo, Soshi, what you working on? I'm working on this stone disc. It's supposed to be the disc that tells the time, right? It lives on top of the screen like this, and then it slowly rotates as hours pass by in the, in the world. So yeah, I'm trying to see exactly how that would look. This is just a small experiment, seeing how that tracks. But yeah, I'm trying it out, see what sticks. Trying out a different style of things, seeing how that works out. Okay, I'm gonna clear up the space here because I really want this to look good without the whole noisy thing. This one looks kind of iffy though. This one looks kind of iffy if I put it like that. I mean, it's not even that. That just accentuates it. Thought so, but didn't want to speculate. Well, I'm glad you at least thought that was it. Yeah. That makes me a little happy. Knowing that I'm actually, being able to get there. But it is being a bit of a struggle because, this sort of material rendering gets kind of complex and confusing, I guess. I mean, this would look okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm actually running out of space. What? I'm actually running out of space. What? I mean, the disc is kind of big. That's true. Yeah, I guess having this is not that bad? Question mark. Honestly, you look like you're literally carving into the stone, though. I mean, that's good. That's kind of what I want to do. So yeah, I guess that kind of that's kind of what I want to do. So maybe, yeah, maybe I am getting somewhere. Mm. Guess I'll have to put them side by side to see the full comparison. I wanted to try and keep the shape in one color, but yeah. The right one does seem to be a bit more carved in, so I guess this would be the one that I would look at. This would be the one I'd prefer because it looks a bit more carved in, if that makes any sense. This is still 20 by 20, right? Just barely, but it's still 20 by 20. Yeah. These diagonals look kind of iffy though. I don't know if it's the shading or something, but there's something about them. It just looks weird. I guess it's the inside, I suppose. Yeah, but the whole... Why is it looking so twisted? I guess it's this bit. Is it really? Maybe it is, yeah. I mean, the fact that it looks a little bit lopsided is actually good. Because then, you know, carvings in stone are never perfect. So having a bit of imperfection is not that bad. I need to do the moon now. I don't dislike this. I might still revisit this, but I feel like this might be it. This might be what I'm looking for. Let's try doing a moon in this style. Okay, a moon that would need a 20 by 20. Like that. So a moon. I probably want to. Here's the thing. I kind of want this to eventually change. So as time changes, I want the phases of the moon to be different. I want the weather to be reflected here as well. That'd be kind of cool. Or maybe I'll have to rethink this. But for now, let's keep it like this. I feel like this might be the way to go. Okay. Let's do a circle. Let's give it a bit of leeway because I do want to add to it later. Okay. Let's do a full moon then. Full moon shouldn't be that, well, difficult to do. Probably, yeah, this whole thing looks kind of weird. That looks a bit better. Yeah, there. That looks a bit better. Just need to update things a little bit. Okay. This might be too much though. Yeah, this looks kind of nice. Just need to add a bit of the dark color, the darkest color, just to add to the indentations here, and we should be okay. Just a little bit. Let me see. It's easier to do here because there's a bit more of indentation happening there. But this doesn't look that bad either. Yeah, this kind of works, actually. Doing a bit of a, you know, That could work. Would help the shading too. Try that again with this snow. So I do these bits would be the dark ones. It's probably gonna look bad, but might as well try. It is in the sun. It doesn't look as good because it's not a single thing. Kind of looks a bit off, actually. I actually don't like that very much. Yeah, I'll keep the original. I think the original looks better. Yeah, looks a bit more carved in and everything. You know, like some people, like the carver put a bit of more focus here on the outer on this ring. Yeah, this whole highlight at the bottom kind of helps a little bit. It's not perfect. I could definitely do better than this if I knew how, but I'm not even sure if I should put this stuff in there. I don't know. Oh, right. The ads start in about 20-ish seconds. I will take a quick break while the ads are playing and then I'll come back. Just letting y'all know. That's the thing. That's what's happening. It's not. The holes might seem a bit too far fetched, but. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, right. Ads are in progress. Well, that was fast. All right. I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will see you in a few minutes. I hope you stick around. So I'll see you in a bit. Pew. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, I took a little longer than I wanted to, but I am back now. All right, let me just get a little sip. Need to fill up my mug because it's got no water in it. Disgraceful. Actually disgraceful. Yeah, let's keep on working on this. I still don't know about this moon though. This moon is just looks a little weird, but I'll try to work with it. Sure, why not? We'll see. We'll see how this ends up. Because just doing a circle like this seems too plain. I wanted to add a bit of texture to it, I suppose. I guess that would be it. Yeah. Okay. Let's get on then, shall we? Let's see. Okay. Why is my stream preview always failing? My stream preview is just always, staying the same or something. It freezes. It just freezes in place. I don't know. Just move this a little bit. Fill up the rest and we should be good. A bit to the side. That'll do. Yeah, I think that'll do. That's okay. I think the moon might be better as a crescent moon. I mean, yeah, I want to do that too. So what I wanted to do, I don't know if I'm going to be able to sell this on the whole thing, but I wanted to actually, well, maybe not immediately. I would kind of want for the moon to change shape based on the cycles of the moon. That'd be cool. How would Vriatha know that the moon is craters? I mean, you can see from the naked eye sometimes when the moon is just extremely shiny. You can see that there's stuff in there. The craters, I mean. At least the big ones. The very big ones. You want to do moon phases? Yes. At least I'm considering it. I am not sure just yet, but I am considering it. We'll see. But yeah, I might just do away with the whole, craters. But yeah, the craters were just me experimenting. I might just go with this. The new moon, though, I might take a hint from this one, because in the new moon, what they actually do is they carve it in deeper and they leave it as a whole, sort of, right? So this is kind of what I want to do. Or what I want to try to do. We'll see if that works, but we will see. It's going to be almost like a carving of sorts. So let's try that. Because it's going to be a carving, we're going to remove all this shiny bit from down here. I might actually make this larger now that I think about it. How big is this? 18, right? Yeah. I might have some more space to play with. Then again, yeah, we don't need to do that. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to do anything like that. But since we want this a little deeper, I do want to add, Just a tiny bit. Like that. Maybe even use this darker color for this side. We'll see. We'll see. I might change that later. Something like that. That looks a little weird. That doesn't look as weird. Maybe, sort of, kind of. Okay, let me try something. Right, yeah, but I do want to. It's actually exactly as I did it. Okay, we'll keep it like this because I want to keep a bit, some sort of, delineated bit on it. It does seem a bit iffy though. Am I missing something here? Doesn't look like it, but the dark bit seems a little lopsided compared to the light one. Am I crazy? Yeah, I am crazy apparently. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Anyway, we're going to leave it like that. So I want this inside to be a little darker. So basically, this might be the default. So this would be the stone default, which means I would have to change this one to be a little lighter, as I did previously, of course. And this would be that. Sort of. Not really. Let me try something. It's probably going to look real bad, but I just want to try it a little bit. This might be too many colors. It might be too much. Yeah. Should probably just add to it though. Just because I want to make it look like it's a bit smoother. Mm. Maybe this needs to be a little darker, just so he doesn't stand out that much. Yeah, that'll do. It's not perfect. There's something about it. It just seems a bit too lopsided still. Yeah, I'm just spitballing at this point. Okay. Hmm. I could do some sort of inner carving still. I'm gonna try to. Like there's a deep grove, but inside of it still, there is another bit. It's kind of carved out in a way. Kind of like that. I think the transition here is just way too sudden, I feel. It goes from one to the other way too fast. Can't be that though. That could do it. Just a smoother transition overall. I feel like that would improve things a little bit. Wouldn't make it as carved out in a way. So no moon or a new moon, I guess. Full moon right here. And then the middle ground, the quarters. So in a way, this would be this one, then 2 more than this one. So that would be the end of it. I need to do the quarters as well. Mm. So let's imagine. I want the moon cut in half. Not totally in half. I want it to look a bit more than cut in half. Because I feel if I cut it completely in half, it'll look too straight. Right? Because cutting in half would be something like this, right? I want it to be a little inset. Just enough to give the impression that it's... Oh, that might just be too much at this point. Might be a little too much. But, you know, doing a full half, it's not going to help either. I want it to look like the moon, not just semicircle. It's kind of like this, only slightly different. I wanted to look a little more... I could just also do a little outward instead of inward. Would that be better? I don't know. I do not know. Could also do more than that. I could do more than one phase, but between them, I mean. Could do something like this, I suppose. Mm. Would that work? Not very well, I don't think. I mean, certainly works better than the alternative, which is... something like that, yeah. I mean, it doesn't look perfect. I guess it's never going to be. And then we kind of do the same, only slightly different for the other half. So we cut this one in half instead. And we do that instead. Give me just a minute, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. My bad. We're back. All right, let's try to finish at least the moon phases. Finishing the moon phases would be very nice. We'll see. Right, this would be the straight edge. Let's keep a copy of it up here. I want to do the little something like this. Yeah, I should do. Let's see. 3. Okay, this should be it. It just needed to be a little rounder here at the top. How do I do that? I mean, it's not that bad. It's just weird. That looks better. Jackie! Jackie! Oh my gosh. Got a raid and run. See ya. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Oh my gosh. All right. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Josie Code. Thank you so much for the cheer. Welcome in. Let me just shout out Jackie. Raid. Oh, Mr. D-Boy. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you all are doing good. I hope you had a good time over at Jackie's stream. Yeah, welcome in. I hope you are doing fantastic today. I hope you're having a nice Tuesday. Welcome in. And thank you for that hydrate. Cheers. Welcome in, everybody. Gosh, there's so many of you. Hi, welcome. Well, to anyone who's never been here before, I'm assuming that's more than one of you, welcome in. Name's Joanna. I'm a game developer, and I am currently working on this game right here. It's supposed to be this colony sim thing, and I am currently working on the UI. You see, there's this bit up here, because this is supposed to be a turn-based colony sim kind of thing. So you pass hours, right? And every hour something gets made. And I want to do a little bit of a clock. So I'm kind of working on that right now. I'm doing, elements for it. I'm doing the little phases of the moon. And this is like a ring that gets rotated. Yeah. It's kind of like, that's what's happening. Wait, you're a game developer? I thought you were a hamster. I mean, I could be in a previous life or something. What do you mean it's supposed to be? It is supposed to be, but I'm not sure if I'm, making it the best kind of way. Looks cool. Well, thank you. Yeah. I was just doing the phases of the moon, actually, because I wanted so the disk is going to rotate as hours pass, right? So imagine, there's a sun here. I'm going to put up the moon here somewhere. Do I have a moon that fits? But anyway, it's supposed to be, there's this little circle that's going to be on top of the screen like this. So this is a very quick sketch, right? The circle is going to be up here. So this is the game, right? Circle is going to be up here. And as time passes, the circle, the stone circle is supposed to rotate to indicate that time is passing, right? So eventually you won't see everything, right? Because it's covered at the edges of the screen, but it's supposed to do something like this as hours pass. And then you'll see, it goes from day to night, to day to night, and it keeps on doing that. That's basically it. Yeah. But I haven't finished it yet. I've finished a sun, but I want to do the phases of the moon, so that's what I'm working on right now. So full moon, new moon, and I'm currently doing these two. The midway points between the moon phases. Oh, also Chaco Tuesday. Thank you so much for the follow. I love the name though. Name is amazing. I love it. Thank you. More ice. Yeah. And I just came to realize that this looks a little bit better if I do this. Yeah. Doing a bit of a smooth over edge of sorts. So let's do that. Looks okay. It's not perfect, but that'll do, I suppose. That's okay. Just trying to see if this thing. Thank you. Yeah, love the name. Reminds me of the Lego movie. So, everything that reminds me of the Lego movie is amazing. Or awesome. I should say awesome. I don't know if it came from that. It probably didn't. It's probably a bit, it probably came from anything other than that. But yeah, that's what I know it from. Do I want it to look like this? I kind of do, but at the same time, I kind of don't. It's a problem. Yeah. This is going to be a huge problem, isn't it? It totally is. Yeah. Great source of inspiration. That it is. That it is. That it most certainly is. I do have a little break here. Maybe I should do that the same here. Having a little break in there. I mean, no, yeah, I'll do it like that. Yeah, that seems okay. That seems fine. Should do this too. Yeah, let's keep it connected, I guess, like that. That seems okay. Yeah, that'll do. I think this is okay. It's not perfect, but should do. I wonder if I should. Okay, let's do one more, and then I just want to do one more variation, see if this works better. But I'm gonna try to enclose this a little bit. I immediately do not like it as much. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Okay, we'll keep it like that. Seems good. Okay, that should do, I guess. You know what I just thought about? What if this thing is just a kind of like a bowl of sorts? And I mean, not like this. Kind of like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but let me think. If I managed, I kind of wanted it. It might look too. Yeah, it might look a bit too much, but okay. Let me do a bit of kind of like it's carved in a way, almost. Would that even work? I don't know. Let's figure it out. Yeah, I would have to do this slightly differently. Yeah, doing it like this is not going to work, but maybe this is not going to work after all. No, I don't think this is going to work. Never mind. Okay. You know what? This will do just fine. Yeah. I like them. They look cute. Hi, Louise. Welcome, welcome. Has your Dwarf Fortress session influenced in decisions for your game? Not exactly, but there is something that I was, you know, I didn't think about it all that much, but there was something that I had that Dwarf Fortress kind of light up a bulb for me. I've played a lot of RimWorld before I played Dwarf Fortress, so I'm kind of, I kind of know how these kinds of things work. But there is one thing that I like a little bit more in RimWorld, than Dwarf Fortress, but there is something about Dwarf Fortress that made me realize that, yeah, that might be, the way the RimWorld does it kind of feels a bit better in that regard. Where it's the thing about dwarf jobs. In the case of, you've got a huge panel full of things, of jobs, and then you assign each person to a job specifically, right? What I prefer, though, is you having a person and immediately being able to check, okay, this person is good at this, this, and that. So I want this person to do all of these jobs, right? As the game is right now, there is a slight problem that, a person can do a lot of jobs, but there is no way in game to set a person to do various jobs. The person just has one job and that's it. There is no such thing as a person doing multiple jobs at different hours, which is something that I want to do. That is something that playing Dwarf Fortress kind of made me realize, yeah, I don't have a way to do that yet. And I do want to add it into the game. But yeah, besides that, it's mostly, most of the things I had already an idea that I wanted to do it like that. But yeah, I really, I'm really looking forward to implementing all those things. I'm very, very happy with it. Ones are looking good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah. Neat. Yeah, but that's mostly it. The way Dwarf Fortress does it, I feel like it's a bit, I wouldn't say bad. It's not bad. It's just a little clunkier than I would have expected. Because, imagine I've got a new person, a new dwarf, right? And I want to establish what kinds of jobs that new dwarf can do. In the current system, in the current Dwarf Fortress system, I need to go through every job and, basically say, okay, this person can do this job. This person can do this job. This person can do this job. Whereas doing it on a per person basis seems like a bit easier to manage, in the sense that, okay, this person has all of these attributes. It's good at these certain things. Okay, just do this, 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 and that. And that's it, right? It's a different way of looking at things. I kind of realized that, there are pros and cons to both approaches, right? But it's more common you get a new person than it is getting a new type of job, so to speak, right? You already have all the jobs from the beginning. It's not a research thing where suddenly you unlock a new type of job, right? Yeah, so in that case, yeah, I probably will do something in the case of, every character will be able to set their job based on, some sort of, I don't know, time or variables. I don't know how that's going to look like yet. But one thing that Dwarf Fortress made me realize is that, yeah, I really do need a system to allow for a villager to do more than one job at once. And what I mean at once is that, or even have priorities, right? Right now, the system allows for something like that. There's just no way to do that yet. But what I want to do is, for every person, I wanted to assign kind of like a priority system. So if there is work of this certain profession to do, you prioritize that over doing something else, right? That kind of thing. I don't know exactly how it's going to look like in game yet, but yeah, that kind of system needs to be in. I do like that system way more than what I currently have. To be fair, what I currently have is there because of limitations. I don't have, I haven't had the time to, do a fully upgraded UI for all of that. But yeah, at some point I do want each character to be able to prioritize what kind of job they do based on, based on certain conditions and stuff like that. Because, for example, a good example of that is builders, right? Right now I have builders in the game. When there is nothing to build, they just sit there and do absolutely nothing, which is insane to think about, right? I don't want that to happen. So yeah, I really want to add that system in at some point. Who knows when that's going to be, though? We'll see. But yeah, I definitely want to add that in at some point. That'd be pretty neat. When there's nothing to build, they scroll Instagram. True, they could do that. But I feel like the other villagers would look at them funny, you know? All of them are working hard, and suddenly there's a guy just scrolling through Instagram, and people would get kind of mildly upset. Or watch Twitch. True. There's so many things they could be doing with their time. It is very true. I'm kind of deciding whether I like. I think I'm gonna skip. I think I'm gonna stick with these. Yeah, I like these. I want to keep the older versions, however. So give me a second. I want to see how that looks like. Because the previous version, it was just this, right? It was something like that. It was a bit pointier. I didn't like it as much, yeah. Turn off the Sorcery Story stream. The Romans are here. Yeah, true. What are you doing still watching Sorcery Story? The Romans are here. Battle stations. Absolutely. That I can see that happening 100%. That will do. Yeah, but I definitely like these bit more rounded corner bits. They look a little less like helmets. These kind of look like lopsided helmets. Let us partake in the watching of the streams of Twitch are is true. They would do something like that. For sure. They would do that 100% for sure. I'm still not 100% sold on this sun. I'll be honest. But the moons, I mean, you know, they're okay. They did okay. I like them. They're kind of neat. I'm really scared how this will look when rotated, though. We'll see. Romulus, put down the magic scroller of Instagramus and come have dinner. Exactly. You may have to make each rotating frame yourself. Yeah, I would. Yeah, we've been discussing that in chat for a bit, but yeah, I might have to do several versions of this as it rotates, so it doesn't look bad. Yeah, that might be a thing for sure. Sad but true. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. But that's okay. We can live with that. That's okay. Still not sold on the sun though. Sun is okay, but it's not. I don't know. There's something about it. It's just not. I don't dislike it. I'll be upfront. I don't dislike it, but there's something about it that just feels like there should be some tweaks here. I don't know exactly what those tweaks are or what they would do, but yeah, I feel like that would be the thing, the tweaks that need to be made. Okay, let's do a little test here. It's just going to be a test thing. I don't want to. Okay, put the moon there, and let's clean up this bit here. I want this to look clean, just so that, you know. Maybe I should just, you know, clean all of it up, actually. That might be the best way to do it. And then I just pick this bit from here. I could have just done that from the get-go. What am I doing? And put this here. Yeah. So what I want to do eventually, right, is just this. You got the sun. Eventually, you know, night comes and it's midnight. full moon. Then it's day again, midday, stuff like that. I also probably want to have little notches here in some places that kind of indicate where the working bit starts, right? So, because workers have a starting hour and an ending hour for their jobs. So, yeah, I might want to have some notches here that indicate when that actually happens. Instagram exactly. Yeah, Instagram sounds great. Oh, right, ads. Let me just snooze these. I do have to go fairly soon, but I just want to, experiment a little bit more and then actually go. But yeah. I don't dislike this design for the wheel though. I'll have to, keep workshopping that. But yeah, I'll work with that later. I really like the wounds though. I think the wounds look cute. Not sure about this one. This one might see a revision at some point. But yeah, it could be worse. I kind of want to try. I still want to try a whole hole carved out of it, kind of like a round hole, instead of just becoming a flat plane at some point, right? But I'll have to research how to do that kind of shading. I'll need some reference because I can't visualize it in my head very clearly, at least not at the moment. But it's looking okay. I kind of like it. I might need to paint them though. I get the feeling that if I don't paint these, they're going to look kind of iffy. Will they? Won't they? Okay, let's try with the sun as we have here. Let's try painting this. Just for kicks. I want to see how that looks like. It's not going to look exactly like that, but just give it a whirl. See how that goes. And then there's this bit, which probably would have to change to something like that instead. No, wait, because this is painted. No, wait. This is totally off. Paint would be outside of the edges. So this bit. It's probably going to look really bad. I just want to test it out. Adding some color to it might make it even better, suited to communicate what it is. Let's keep going, see how that works. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've seen. Yeah, it still retains the whole stone carving thing, I suppose. Just different. Just one last test here, and then I'll have to go, sadly. It's getting a little late. Oh, right. I'm still missing this. I almost forgot this part here in the middle. They look kind of close. Yeah. It's not. It's hard to tell sometimes. It's hard to. Okay. Actually, let me do something. I want to move this just up one because I want to move this down instead. There we go. It's not the worst thing. It's just. Let's do the same thing with the moons. Just for kicks. Don't go off the edges. That looks bad. Okay. Oh, there's this bit. Yeah, forgot about this one. This one might not even be painted, actually. I just realized maybe this one not being painted would be the best way to go, because that would kind of indicate that there's no shading happening. You know, the moon is kind of looking a little, yeah, that might work. I'll keep the painted one just for completionist's sake. But yeah, it doesn't look that bad. It's just Yeah, the colors do add a bit to it though. It adds a bit of interest to the whole thing. Kind of helps, yeah. The caveman would be jealous of your drawings. Well, thank you. Hi, Res Gunner. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they would totally be jealous. Totes. All right. With that said, I do like these moons. I think these moons are gonna look okay. I just need to make the whole thing. I need to put this in the UI and test it out, but that's gonna take a little bit because I still have other stuff to take care of. But hopefully tomorrow I'll end the design, or I'll finish the design, and then I can actually implement this. That's gonna be the most painful process of this whole thing. It's gonna be implementing that. But all right, let me just find a cool person to raid into, so y'all can have a nice person to be in. Who we doing today? Who we be raiding? Because we need to raid. And I think I just found our target. Yeah. Perfect. Target has been found. Hi, Roger Dev. Welcome, welcome. Greetings. Oh, my timing. I'm so sorry. I hate it when that happens. I am so sorry. Yeah, I need to go, sadly. It is getting close to dinner time, and I am famished. I just I just introspected a little bit, and I'm actually starving. No worries, I was cooking. That's totally okay. That's totally okay. But thank you so much for dropping it anyway. Thank you so much. All right, let's raid Aaron, because he's doing a very cool game, and y'all should take a look at that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I had hopes that this would take a little less time than what I'm doing here. But the whole process is not being that unpleasant. So I'm kind of, this experiment is not the worst thing in the world. So we'll see. We'll see where this takes me. But I kind of wanted to add a bit more depth to this. I don't know exactly how yet, but adding some depth to this would definitely help in some cases and in some points of view. But yeah, I want to add some sort of inlay here in the inner edge, just to give it the thing, or just to give it the impression that it's being a bit more tailored in a way. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All the sun/moon phases reminds me somehow Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. Well, yeah. That's also a reference that I was thinking about. I've had this on the computer the whole time. Yeah, I got reminded of this while I was researching. But yeah. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Let's raid.